124 Conch Street might just be the most recognizable house in all of television. Everyone knows who lives in a pineapple under the sea. Spongebob's house is so iconic, and its interior is proof of great design choices. Every room in Spongebob's house is memorable, and most people will probably recognize each one of them. Upon entering the house, we see the living room, which is beautiful and so nostalgic. There are two other doors in the living room, one leading to the kitchen and one leading to the stairs to the second floor. There is also a laundry room somewhere, I think it's on the first floor. But the second floor has iconic rooms such as the bedroom, the bathroom, the workout room and the library, which is definitely the coolest one. And then we of course have the roof, which is seen occasionally. And I think that's all of Spongebob's house. There isn't anything... What? Garage? SpongeBob has a garage? So, if you didn't remember that SpongeBob had a garage, I don't blame you. Not even the official SpongeBob Twitter knew about it. The garage is definitely the part of SpongeBob's house with the least appearances. But we actually see SpongeBob's garage as early as the second episode of the show, Reef Blower. In this silent episode, SpongeBob goes to get his reef blower, which is, well, in his garage. He opens the garage door and we get to see a tiny glimpse of the inside. We do not see much, but it looks to be quite a big room. Now, why he has a garage is a good question. We all know Bro does not know how to drive at all. Now, either it's here he keeps his little pedal bike thing, the unicycle, that he rides sometimes, but what I like to think is that he is just so determined to get his driver's license that he already has a garage. Like how people get cars before their license just as motivation. Having money helps, I guess. Now, SpongeBob's garage is not a one-time appearance thing. We see it next time just a few episodes later in Naughty Nautical Neighbors, when SpongeBob and Patrick are blowing bubbles in SpongeBob's backyard, which we have never seen. Obviously we got the garage door, like here, but what is that other door next to it? SpongeBob doesn't have a door from his living room to his backyard, right? So where does this door lead? I'm pretty sure it's not to the garage actually. It's probably just where the door in his kitchen leads to, since the door is next to a window to the outside. Don't remember him ever using this door though.
Tartar sauce!
As we can see, SpongeBob still has a garage here, but when he finally gets his driver's license briefly in Season 2, No Free Rides, he parks his boat on the street. This doesn't make a lot of sense from a reality perspective, but like a lot of things in this show, it's just here for convenience. Mrs. Puff needs to sneak up and steal the boat for the plot, so of course SpongeBob is gonna park outside. If SpongeBob needed to take his car to work for some plot point, he would park his car in a big parking garage that would magically appear near the Krusty Krab. That's just how SpongeBob works.
I'd better take the shortcut! Mr. Krabs!
But then if we jump very much forward all the way to Season 11, we can see two things. One, the show is not as good anymore, and two, there is another episode where SpongeBob gets a car. In Drive Happy, he doesn't get his license, but instead a self-driving car, which doesn't require a license. And where does he park his car?
Oh, that was the best day of non-driving ever. Coop, is there anything I can get you? Warm glass of oil, triple foam conditioner?
I'm fine. Good night, Mr. Squarepants.
Good night, Coop.
In a parking spot that has never been there before. It's also so funny that for some reason it just needed to be on this side. They removed Squidward's house from the episode for this parking spot. It should be right here, right? Why didn't they just put it on the other side? Like the other side of the house where there literally is nothing but sand? Or even better, why not just put it in the garage? Oh yeah, because SpongeBob needs a reason to bring his car inside the house when it starts raining. And it can't rain inside the garage. You see what I'm saying? The reason we have barely seen SpongeBob's garage is because SpongeBob as a show retcons anything for plot convenience. I guess we'll have to wait for an episode with the right setup to finally see the inside of SpongeBob's garage. Except we already have.
You know, Patrick, being in a band gives you the liberty to dress with a little more... how should I put this?
Yeah?
In Krabby Road, the second episode of the Season 6 premiere, SpongeBob, Plankton, Squidward and Patrick start the band together, and just like that one app, guess where they go to practice? That was fucking terrible. In one shot we see from the outside as the garage door is rolled up, and funnily enough, the door next to it is gone here. And that door was not a one-time thing, it has appeared after Nautical Neighbors in Season 9's The Fishbowl. But then in Bunny Hunt, 2 seasons later, we see the garage without the door. Even if this is confusing, SpongeBob's second window at the front of his house disappears in like every other episode, and like we discussed, not even Squidward's house is safe. What's important is that the garage is here, and we get a good view inside of it.
Go ahead, say it, SpongeBob!
You know, pizzazz!
So I was almost right about the bike thing. He has a bike here, but it isn't his unicycle, but a random bike like the one Squidward rides sometimes. I was first about to say that if this was Season 1, his unicycle would be here instead, but I was surprised to see that the unicycle shows up throughout the run of the show, even in this season. But this other bike is here anyway, maybe he stole it from Squidward. And we also have the workbench and the tool hanger thing that we saw in the garage's first appearance in Reef Blower, which is cool. That's about it, honestly. They spend half the episode in here, but it's always more zoomed in shots. The shot from the outside is the closest we get to an overview of the garage.
The best kind of lyrics are the ones that are deep and revealing. Something only you know? A secret recipe!
I once searched for my innermost secrets. All I found was this.
Something really interesting we see in here though, is that there is a door that's not the garage door. Now, having a door from the inside of the house to the garage is kind of normal, but what makes it interesting is that they enter through the garage door. Now, this is also normal for bands practicing in garages, especially when it's like in someone's family house, so they can just move in and out easily without having to like actually enter the main house. But SpongeBob lives alone, and he does not feel like the type of person to like force his friends to enter through a specific door. What I mean by this is that every other time in the show when Patrick goes to SpongeBob's house, he enters through the normal door. Why wouldn't they all just go through that door? It gotta be faster if they got a door right here inside the garage. Like to just walk through that door instead of walking all the way around the house. Unless this door leads somewhere else. Because realistically, where in the house would this door like open to? Like we said before, the living room has 2 doors, one leads to the stairway and the other to the kitchen. There is no other door here, so it can't be from here you go to the garage. Then the kitchen has the door that leads outside, this being the inconsistent door next to the outside garage door, and another door in here that leads to the stairwell, at least sometimes.
Guess what's for breakfast? That's right!
So what I was thinking is that this door in the garage leads to some other room we haven't seen. Because without any doors on the bottom floor, it shouldn't be able to lead into any of the like known rooms. Now there are 2 arguments for why this wouldn't be a new room. Firstly, the very inconsistent nature of SpongeBob's house and the show as a whole. If they opened this door in the episode, it would probably just lead right into the living room, and it would either just be a new door, or he would come through one of the existing doors. Because doors are inconsistent with where they lead as well. Going by just the early seasons, it should be possible to go on like a whole route through the entire house. Like you don't have to go through the same door twice to go through the entire house and out again. And the second argument kind of ties into this because a few minutes later in the episode, after Squidward gets buff enough to join the band, he runs to the rest of them, but unlike them, he enters through the main door instead of the garage door. Now, we don't see him enter the garage from like entering the house, but they start playing their instruments off screen, so it's safe to assume Squidward got to the garage through the main door. So as I was editing, I realized that there is another episode that shows the inside of SpongeBob's garage, which kind of makes a lot of the things I've said redundant, but we're gonna talk about it anyway, right here, wherever it fits. In Sharks vs. Pods in season 9, SpongeBob goes into the garage through the door, like the door we've been talking about. We don't see him enter the door, but it's presumed that he got to the garage through this door. So in the garage we see the tool bench, the hanger for the tools. Above that there is like some paint stuff. There's some paint stuff in another place. We have what I think is a unicycle here. It looks slightly different, but I think it's a unicycle. And then he has a license plate, which kind of proves my theory about that he already has a license plate. He already has a garage without even having a car. So this was really surprising. We still don't see him enter through this door though. I'm gonna just go back and check. No. What we do see, however, is that there is a third door here. A door on the other side of the room, so it's closer to the main door that you enter the house through. It's a door with like a swimming ring or whatever it's called on it. That from how the episode plays out here, you'd think that's where he enters the garage, but that doesn't make any sense with how it's positioned. You see, it's like right next to the window, so if you go there, you should just be on the outside. But SpongeBob is not a show that makes sense. What I thought was that this door leads to his second bathroom, because in some episodes he has a second bathroom that's on the first floor. I'm gonna have to go back into editing and check this, but for now this is like a big discovery for me, like when I'm almost done editing the video. So of course this got even more confusing, because the second bathroom thing was something I read about on the SpongeBob wiki when I first researched for the video. So I went back and figured out that it was in the episode Gary Takes a Bath, which was the episode I used that screenshot from. And then I went back and watched the episode, and okay, I'm just gonna pull it up here so I make sure I don't say like anything wrong, but we see, I'm gonna play the clip on screen, because we see the door with the swimming ring in the background as SpongeBob throws the toy. Then Gary runs forward on the first floor, and then he gets to the bathroom. So now, not only do we have the door that you enter the house from, the two doors that usually are there, this new door with the life ring, and also this, it's not even a door, it's just an open bathroom that's on the first floor. And I thought that was it, like, okay, so we don't know what's behind this door with the life ring, it gotta be the garage. But no, because later in the episode, when SpongeBob does the whole pirate thing, you know, the classic don't drop 'em joke in this door. But in this episode, like right before, we also see that, wait, okay, look at this screenshot and tell me it's not super confusing. Now it's in the kitchen, and where does this door lead? Where does this door lead? Like the one... Oh, I have no idea what's going on. This got, like... I'm going down a rabbit hole. So that's basically the canon explanation for this weird door in SpongeBob's garage. It leads to the rest of his house, even though we still have no idea which room you will enter upon opening the door from the garage. And it's mysteries like this that's so interesting to me with this very long-running show. There is a similar thing with SpongeBob's library that I would like to take a look at in the future as well, but for SpongeBob's garage door, it's gonna be unsolved until we finally get to see the inside of the garage again. But I think the main thing to take away from all this is that this man has a garage without a car. SpongeBob's house has always fascinated me. It's one of the coziest homes I've ever seen in a TV show, and ever since a kid I wanted to live there. It's one of those cartoon houses with like way too much space inside, which is a concept that also fascinates me. I've talked about probably the rarest room in SpongeBob's house before, which is his garage, but there is another room that is so interesting. SpongeBob's library is a very mysterious room that confuses me a lot, and today we're gonna talk about it. So to be honest, I had kinda forgotten about my promise to talk about SpongeBob's library that I made in my video about his garage. But now that video is starting to blow up, kind of, and I get tons of new comments on it, showing that it's just not me who's interested in this stuff about the show. Also, for everyone saying that like houses usually come with a garage, they usually come with floor as well, and they are usually made out of something that's not pineapple. SpongeBob's library has appeared more in the show than his garage, but it's still a location we do not know much about. Over the course of the show, it has appeared in 19 episodes, which sounds like a lot until you think about the fact that there's like 500 episodes altogether. But I was still surprised myself at the number. 19 episodes? Maybe we should know more about SpongeBob's library. And hopefully we will after this video, cause we are talking about SpongeBob's library. So the library first appeared back in season 1 in the iconic episode Boarding School. Or I don't know how iconic it is, maybe it blends in a lot with the 50 other Boarding School episodes, but this one is probably my favorite of all of them. So SpongeBob has failed his driving test for the first time on screen, definitely not the first time in this world. He is really sad about it and talks to Patrick on a walkie-talkie, who tells him to get out of bed and get to his closet for a surprise. Very interestingly, SpongeBob then goes through this door right here and slide down to the library. So not only do we know that SpongeBob for some reason has a closet in his library of all places, but also that to get to the library you go through this door that's in his bedroom. Just the aesthetic of this shot in the library is amazing, like there's just such a vibe to this room.
I'm at the closet.
Listen carefully. What's pink and square at the same time?
I don't know, Patrick.
Patrick SquarePants!
SpongeBob sits down in this chair, which means, you know, there's a chair in the library. It's interesting though that SpongeBob's closet here has a lot of his pants, cause if I'm not mistaken they are usually somewhere else. Patrick spends the rest of the episode in the library, but we don't get much more of like a view of it. It's season 1, so not a lot of wide shots or anything. However, we do see that Patrick reads SpongeBob's diary in here, proving that SpongeBob indeed has books in his library. Groundbreaking stuff I'm coming up with here. The next episode we get to see SpongeBob's library in is Suds. SpongeBob's dumbass leaves his fridge open and it freezes his whole house, including his library. It's really nice here cause we get another view of it. We see stuff in here that is actually going to be used in future episodes. Keep in mind that the piano was here already in season 1. Then there's this shell fireplace which looks really cool, and then this hilarious painting of SpongeBob back here. Or is that maybe some ancestor or something? Cause a self-portrait doesn't feel like something SpongeBob would have really. We know someone else who loves self-portraits though. Squidward's house deep dive in a future episode maybe? Now, just to clarify, the scene in Sleepy Time where SpongeBob goes into Gary's dream is of Gary in a different library. There might be some similarities, you know, books, but it's pretty clear this is another place. The library appears one more time in season 1, which is in the last episode, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, but here we just see a bookshelf as Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are helping SpongeBob in here. Then moving on to season 2, SpongeBob's library appears in the first episode, Something Smells, making it technically appear in back-to-back episodes, which is kinda crazy. SpongeBob thinks he's ugly and retreats to his library to play his piano, or is it an organ? Anyway, it was here in season 1 already, like I said, so that's cool, it's being used now.
Once there was an ugly barnacle. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end.
This is probably the best library scene of the whole show, if that means anything. I like this episode so much, it's just hilarious.
That didn't help at all.
Just do what I do when I have problems. Scream!
Then we move on to season 3, where we see a new chair in the library in New Student Starfish. Then we are on to post-movie Spongebob already. Yeah, like I said, it's not in a lot of episodes. In season 4's Have You Seen This Snail? When Gary has ran away, we get this very sad but very beautiful detailed shot of SpongeBob listening to the Gary Come Home song in the library. And it looks to be the same chair from New Student Starfish. And we see SpongeBob sitting in this chair in The Thing as well. Interestingly, looking out of a window that's on a bookshelf. That's just classic SpongeBob logic right there. Season 5 is the first season to not feature SpongeBob's library. Literally unwatchable. Moving on to season 6, we got Nautical how do you pronounce that? Novice? Where SpongeBob is going to a boating museum with his boating school class and wanna impress Mrs. Puff by knowing stuff about boats. So he goes into his library to find this book about the history of boating. Interestingly, in this episode, just like every single one since boating school, there is no slide in here. Which of course prompts the question of how he gets into here if there is no longer a slide from his bedroom, so there gotta be some other way. Next we got Grooming Gary, where SpongeBob goes looking for Gary to take him to the pet show and finds him in the library. It's nice that the piano/organ is still here, and this room does seem to look very similar from episode to episode. Where's the slide though? Here we see a jellyfish painting in what I first thought was a different part of the library, but then we see the conch fireplace is right there, so SpongeBob just replaced the self-portrait with the jellyfish painting. But now we got some important stuff in Shell Shocked. This episode starts with SpongeBob waking up to a crash sound and being scared, going to investigate. And he goes through the door in his bedroom, and there we got the slide again. For the first time since season 1, it's back, and that means we know that this is still like a valid way to get to the library. But then something interesting happens. He goes through this door here that seems to be... This takes him to the staircase that leads down to the bottom floor. This is very interesting just because that's not usually how it works, I think. This staircase usually leads to his bedroom, I'm pretty sure, and not the library, unless it's like two different staircases. And if SpongeBob's bedroom is on the top floor, then he goes through the slide to get to the library, like going one floor down. And then now there's a staircase to get to the bottom floor. That would mean his house actually has 3 floors, and this is confirmed in a YouTube video on the official SpongeBob channel, which shows every room of the house. From this video we know that there are 3 floors in SpongeBob's house, with the library on the 2nd floor and the bedroom on the 3rd floor. In Single Cell Anniversary, we get the 4th appearance of SpongeBob's library in season 6. In this episode, Plankton seeks help from SpongeBob to help impress Karen on their anniversary, or more so to get the formula that she has stolen and won't give him, but they end up in the library anyway. This scene does not give us much of a view of the library since it's very zoomed in, only cutting from this angle of SpongeBob in the chair and Plankton on the floor. Moving on to season 7, we have everyone's favorite episode, A Pal for Gary. When SpongeBob's new pet goes crazy and chases Gary through the house, they end up in the library, where we first get a nice shot showing the jellyfish painting, the organ and a window in a bookshelf. I'm just really proud of the show when they keep stuff that don't matter to the plot of the episode. Especially with the new episode, it feels like they spawn in old items in random places as references, but here this room looks pretty much the same as it did 6 seasons ago, which is great because, you know, they are not referencing, but they are like using old episodes as references for how stuff looks. Something important here also is that SpongeBob is sleeping in his bedroom, so he's not hearing them, and Gary was on the bottom floor before ending up in the library. So unless they rampaged through SpongeBob's bedroom, they probably didn't go through the slide and instead, you know, went through that staircase we saw in Shell Shocked. The library catches on fire as Puffy Fluffy, that's the name, right? Goes crazy in there, and we get the return of SpongeBob's closet in the library. And at the top there it kinda looks like a hatch. Is that how you get up on the roof, maybe? But that doesn't make sense, since it's like above this would not be the roof, it would be his bedroom, right? And then the slide is here as well. SpongeBob's library is surprisingly consistent. To tie it all together, Gary runs into the garage, which is an appearance I think I didn't mention in that video. And then a bit later SpongeBob walks down through the slide to see the destruction. We see a new version of the library in Inside Job when Plankton goes into SpongeBob's brain, which is organized like his house. And then there is like a one-shot appearance of the library in Yours, Mine and Mine when SpongeBob opens the door to the slide in his bedroom, and we see that. We can see if we like zoom in that, I mean, when he opens the door we see that's the library, you know, but we knew that already. Then we got Season 8, which only has one appearance of the library, which is in Glove World RIP. This episode actually starts in the library. We got the Season 1 self-portrait painting back, and now a statue as well. It's really only here to get destroyed. Here we also see multiple windows. Or I don't know if... is 2 multiple? Matter of fact, what does multiple mean? Like, more than one? Or does it have something to do with being like multipliable or something? Anyway, I wanna know where these windows like lead. Like, where is he looking out at from his library? We know one of them probably points towards his neighbors, at least from the thing, but the other one's new. No library in Season 9, but in Season 10 we have sports, where after getting a bunch of sport equipment, Pat and Sponge go to the library to try and figure out how to use it, and we get a more high quality view of the SpongeBob painting. Still not sure if it's him or another Sponge. He has a mustache, but I mean, it's a painting. And everything is still here as well. Then we get to Season 11 with the episode Library Cards, and this is intriguing cause we got an entire episode set in the library. Patrick enters SpongeBob's house and walks up the stairs that we have seen in Shell Shocked, and he meets SpongeBob at the top. He asks what this secret room is, and SpongeBob says it's not a secret room but his library. I mean, you can't really blame Patrick for not remembering stuff, I guess. His whole thing is being stupid. And he of course doesn't even know what a library is. We cut to them in the library. Do I know how to pronounce that word? I feel weird every time saying it, like library. Library. Anyway, the windows in the bookshelf are still here. One of them kind of works as a lamp, but I guess that could be just like sunshine coming in. Patrick consumes a lot of knowledge by reading a lot of books, which changes the infrastructure of his brain, as all the new words need space in there. Unfortunately, this means his head has gotten so big that he can't fit into the door that leads to the staircase. They try all sorts of stuff, but nothing works, resulting in them having to make Patrick stupid again to shrink his brain. And SpongeBob sucks out all of the words to get them back into the books and like restoring everything back to normal. Sadly, we didn't really learn anything new about the library here, since pretty much every frame was just them in front of a bookshelf. Then in Season 12 we got Swamp Mates, which starts with SpongeBob reading Gary a bedtime story in the library. Funnily enough, here the statue that was destroyed in Glove World RIP is back, and he still got the sponge on the wall. But once again, the scenes of the library are all in the like same angle as usual, so we still don't know what's on like the other side, I think. In the Season 13 episode Friendiversary, we get the return of the slide, which I think is the first time in, what is that, like 7 seasons? Which is great, but we still don't know how the library looks in like full view. We do kind of get that in one of the Spongebob video games, which is a battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. You get to like the library through a door in SpongeBob's bedroom, but here it's just like it's round and there's like bookshelves on every side, so there's no slide, there's no items in here, so really not much to take away from here. So what does this all mean? That SpongeBob has a library. So this might be my dumbest video yet. Oh right, never mind. But I promise this is something I've actually been thinking about for a long time. Which way does SpongeBob walk to work? We of course see SpongeBob go to work in the first episode of the show, Help Wanted. SpongeBob leaves his house and goes to our left, like the left from our perspective, past both his friends' houses to end up at the Krusty Krab. So that's it then, case closed. It's not quite that easy. But the next time we see the Krusty Krab is in Plankton, when Plankton has mind-controlled SpongeBob and he once again goes past his neighbors' houses, or like right through them, to get to the Krusty Krab. But then we got Employee of the Month, when Squidward and SpongeBob are racing to the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob leaves to the right, straight from his house. And while Squidward was kind of blocking the door, it would really not make sense for SpongeBob to run the wrong direction to get to the Krusty Krab first. And in SP129, when Squidward tries escaping from SpongeBob and Patrick, who are standing at his door, he sneaks out in the back, but then runs past them to get to the Krusty Krab. And so he, if you like, the perspective is kind of weird here because it's from the other way around, right? But the way he's going is past SpongeBob's house, because from this angle SpongeBob's house is on the left and Patrick's is on the right. So once again, no reason to walk behind them if he could just walk the other way, like SpongeBob did in Help Wanted and Plankton. In Suds, SpongeBob rolls past Patrick's house, and that takes him to the Krusty Krab. But in Squid's Day Off, when Squidward gets paranoid and keeps running back and forth from his house and the Krusty Krab, he comes from this way, to the right. Then, in Big Pink Loser, it kind of looks like Patrick and SpongeBob are running in a straight line from Patrick's house to get to the Krusty Krab. I don't see them turning either direction here, and to make things even weirder, we get this scene in the Season 4 episode Bummer Vacation.
I'm ready, vacation. I'm ready, vacation, vacation, vacation. Hey, Gary.
SpongeBob just goes in a straight line from the Krusty Krab, and not only does this take him to his street, but it takes him like straight to his house. It looks like he's on a road that just goes from the Krusty Krab to his house without any turns or anything. But then, 2 other times in this episode, we see that the Krusty Krab is to the right of his house, because he once goes to the right, and the other time Mr. Krabs is driving him from the Krusty Krab, and he comes in from the right. I don't know what's going on here, but Bummer Vacation is like one of the weirdest episodes of the whole show, so maybe shouldn't count. But the road straight towards the Krusty Krab was something we saw in Help Wanted as well. When SpongeBob looked at the Krusty Krab, he was on a road leading right forwards to it. But like the frame before that, he was just standing on sand. I'm mentioning this because usually the road to the Krusty Krab is just a short one that leads out to the main road that's horizontal, like the one on Conch Street. In Club SpongeBob, Squidward rides his bike to the left, past Patrick to get to work. And in My Pretty Seahorse, Squidward leaves his house once again with his bike to go to work, but this time he goes to the right, passing SpongeBob's house in this very unusual angle. I feel like this is the only time we have ever seen like such a wide shot of the road on this side. I can't even remember any time that this side of SpongeBob's house was like shown in other episodes. When he walks to the right, he usually just teleports to wherever he's going, but here we see a lot. SpongeBob and Mystery, the seahorse, ride past Squidward and straight towards the Krusty Krab. Not on the road this time though. The reason this is extra interesting is because of a little thing called the Chum Bucket. Them going like this means that they went straight through Plankton's home, which is kinda rude. It's not that relevant for the video, but it's interesting how many episodes just removed the Chum Bucket from existing. But with how there's a newer episode where Squidward's house gets removed for a singular parking spot, it shouldn't really come as a surprise. In Plankton, we actually saw that the Chum Bucket might not be straight across from the Krusty Krab. It kind of looks like it when Mr. Krabs throws Plankton over there, but then when SpongeBob walks home from work, he walks past it like this.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, my boy!
It might be a stretch, but the way he walked made it seem like it's at least not right across, since it's no road on the other side here to the Krusty Krab. But we are not analyzing that for now, so back to SpongeBob walking to work. In Sailor Mouth, when Patrick runs to snitch on SpongeBob for swearing, they both take a right turn out of SpongeBob's house to run to the Krusty Krab.
Don't worry, SpongeBob, I understand. Mr. Krabs! Mr. Krabs, Mr. Krabs!
Patrick! Patrick, no! Please don't tell!
But you said...
And in just one bite, Squidward sneaks past SpongeBob's house to run to the Krusty Krab as well. And then in Can You Spare a Dime, SpongeBob jumps out with Squidward and his whole bed to run to the right to the Krusty Krab. Lots of running. But then we got Missing Identity, where SpongeBob walks by Patrick to get to work. Now, we don't see his house here, but when they recreate this same interaction to find SpongeBob's name tag, we do see that Patrick was standing by his house.
Hi, Patrick. No, wait! I'm Patrick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's try it again.
Meaning SpongeBob walked to the left to get to work that morning.
Hi, SpongeBob. The SpongeBob! Who's SpongeBob? I said SpongeBob!
A possible explanation for all of this is that Conch Street is located like straight forward from the Krusty Krab, but since there is no road that way most of the time, since the Chum Bucket exists, you can take either way from SpongeBob's house and end up on either side of the Krusty Krab. Which would explain why we have seen SpongeBob and Squidward come to work from either side of the Krusty Krab. If we jump forward to Season 9 and the episode Lost in Bikini Bottom, the two Krusty Krab employees leave to the left, and then we see that if they keep walking on this road, they are gonna end up on the left side of the Krusty Krab. Actually, the first time it's a straight line, and then when they look again it's more of a curved road, but still on the right side. However, in Dying for Pie, when Squidward drives for like maybe the only time in the show, it's from the left side. But then in Squidward in Clarinetland, he rides this thing from the front, where there now is a road. In As Seen on TV, SpongeBob even looks to go to work from behind the Krusty Krab, so I mean, yeah, there's just a lot going on here. In Skill Crane, when Squidward has lost all of his money, he crawls home past Patrick's rock from the left, but then when he runs back to the Krusty Krab, he runs like straight forward from his house, once again making a case for that, like running straight forward is a shortcut, since both ways on the Conch Street Road are going around to get there. In Funny Pants there is a road, again, and poor Plankton has once again been evicted by the bad continuity. Then in Krusty Towers, both Squidward and SpongeBob go to the right to get to not the Krusty Krab but the Krusty Towers. However, that's just the Krusty Krab with extra floors, so it still counts. In Gone, SpongeBob walks home from the Krusty Krab to come home like from the right side, and the same happens in Yours, Mine and Mine. I could keep going on about every episode where SpongeBob goes either way, but that would make for a very long, uninteresting video, and I would rather make a shorter, uninteresting video. So to wrap this up, it's basically still a mystery how Spongebob walks to work. I always thought his right way to work was past his neighbors to the left, but that might just be Help Wanted and the movie being so engraved in my head. Until we get a map of Bikini Bottom with its roads and stuff, we are just gonna have to live with the inconsistency.
Patrick,
What?
you were supposed to say hi to me.
Hi.
Oh, all right, let's take it from the top.
Hi, SpongeBob.
We all know Gary, but what many might not even know is that SpongeBob has another pet that don't receive nearly as much attention as SpongeBob Snail, even though it has appeared in many episodes. It's kinda crazy that the first time we see this other pet is when we see Gary for the first time, in the first episode, Help Wanted.
Today's the big day, Gary.
I don't even blame you if you missed that there is another pet in this clip, cause it's something you rarely think about, but SpongeBob has a clam in a cage right next to his bed. This pet clam appears multiple times in the first season, always in this cage right here. The clam continues to appear in a couple of episodes in both season 2 and 3, and we never get any info on it. Like, we know it's supposed to be a bird, since clams are bird in the SpongeBob universe, and Gary is a snail, which is a cat, so SpongeBob got that crazy cat and bird combo. That's just dangerous. Before we move on to later appearances, there is something else that gives us some more information about this clam, and that's on the season 1 DVD, where there is a feature called the Bikini Bottom's Up Tour, which basically lets you click around Bikini Bottom, which, I mean, that's just a dream come true. I gotta pick up this DVD set. There's surely more lore stuff here, but what's important for this video is what happens when you click the clam in SpongeBob's bedroom.
That there is SpongeBob's pet scallop, Shelly. She doesn't do much. She kinda sits there, kinda like a pet rock.
So not only do we now know that this is a scallop and not a clam, I don't know what the difference is, and I don't want to Google it, because they are both kind of gross in real life, but we also got a name. This is Shelly. Shelly was actually in the pitch bible of the show, credited as singing clam in a cage, which, I mean, that's Hillenburg's word, so I'm gonna keep calling her a clam. Shelly appeared in only one season 4 episode, which was the first episode of the season, which also only was a dream sequence, but in season 5 we can see her in the background of multiple episodes.
Like, please? Oh, thank you!
In New Digs, when SpongeBob moves into the Krusty Krab, he even brings Shelly with him. And then in Band in Bikini Bottom, we get the first cameo appearance of Shelly, as we see SpongeBob has a framed photo of her and Gary on the same wall. Interestingly, SpongeBob has never mentioned Shelly by name or acknowledged her assistance except for this photo, and I guess bringing her with him to the Krusty Krab, but that's like a very indirect way of like making us understand he also knows she exists. Compare this to Gary, who pretty much always plays a role when he's in the scene with SpongeBob. Very rarely do we see Gary just sleeping in the background of SpongeBob's bedroom or something. He is always there to serve some kind of plot purpose. But poor neglected Shelly keeps appearing in the background 2 times in season 6, and I'm talking background, like she is a part of the painted background and very rarely animated. She was animated in Help Wanted and swinging around, but except for that she is usually just a PNG. In season 7 we got A Pal for Gary, where Spongebob goes out of his way to find a new pet for Gary to not feel alone at home. Again, not acknowledging that there is already another pet. Matter of fact, let's go back to pre-movie and Dumped, where Spongebob tries getting new pets as well to replace Gary. And what about in Rockabye Bivalve, where Spongebob and Patrick literally adopt another baby clam? Or I guess scallop. That's just messed up. Shelly appears in the background of 3 more season 7 episodes, always in the same spot. The same goes for season 8.
Hey, buddy. I got something cool to show you. And it's the opposite of a wet, watery bath. Check it out!
With first 4 background appearances and then, interestingly, an empty cage in Home Sweet Rubble.
That's not exactly what I had in mind to... Whoa!
First thing we gotta do is clear out all this old junk.
2 appearances in season 9 as well, before season 10 gives us Unreal Estate, and the only time after Help Wanted where Shelly's cage is actually animated.
Ow! Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! Good morning, Gary.
Where did she go? The next appearance of the cage is with money in it and no Shelly. But before my theorizing side can come out, she does appear in the background of Life Insurance.
Yeah, I am ripped.
In 3 out of her 4 season 11 appearances, it's just the same thing with her just hanging there unnoticed. But in Cuddly Hugs, Cuddle actually looks straight at her and like notices her existence, which is interesting. In 3 season 12 episodes, she's just there as well, and the same goes for 4 season 13 episodes.
Didn't you hear that? Wake up!
So remember when I said SpongeBob never acknowledges Shelly's existence? Well, he does in the video games.
I had a pet clam in there, but he got out.
This is funny because while we don't see Shelly in this movie, in the second SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, we see her cage destroyed, and in a deleted scene from the same movie, we see her in there.
It's Monday, it's Monday, it's Monday.
While Shelly has not played really any role in the series so far, I would honestly not doubt that might change soon. With how much focus has been on background and one-off characters in modern SpongeBob, I think we could get a Shelly-focused episode sometime in the future. Not that we need one, like even Paul Tibbett himself referred to Shelly as a singing bird box decoration, and not an actual character. She really does not matter at all, like Squidward's house is more of a character than Shelly. So since y'all have been liking the Bikini Bottom lore videos recently, I thought we would continue that by taking a look at the most iconic cartoon restaurant, the Krusty Krab. The Krusty Krab appears for the first time, like many things in this show, in the pilot, Help Wanted.
There it is. The finest eating establishment ever established for eating. The Krusty Krab. Home of the Krabby Patty, with a Help Wanted sign in the window.
We have already talked about the inconsistency in the road to the Krusty Krab, but there will be a lot of new ones to talk about with the restaurant itself.
I've been training my whole life for the day I could join the Krusty crew.
And now I'm ready.
But the dining area is probably the most consistent one. In here we got an often changing number of tables. In the pilot it first looks to be at least 7, with us seeing 5 in the middle, but then they are kinda gone later in the episode and there's only a couple to the side.
Are you ready to rock, Squidward?
No.
Good! 'cause we've got customers!
Here, please hit me as hard as you can.
The boat register is pretty much always there though, and that's of course where Squidward spends most of his time in here.
Inattentive, impatient, a glazed look in the eyes. Look carefully at the "I really wish I weren't here right now" button.
Above him we got the menu, or the galley grub. The menu at the Krusty Krab changes a lot. There are often a lot of new food and drinks for specific episodes that we don't see on the menu. For example, in Pickles the menu is very short, and Bubble Ass orders something that's clearly not on there.
Double triple bossy deluxe on a raft, 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze.
The prices though are pretty much always way too reasonable for Mr. Krabs to run the restaurant. Like, even when he increases the prices, it's like more affordable than many places I know. Maybe he's not so bad after all.
$101 for a Krabby Patty?
With cheese, Mr. Squidward, with cheese.
Now for some obscure things. Does the Krusty Krab have a soda machine? In Season 2's Born Again Krabs, after Mr. Krabs has his switch up and goes from generous back to being greedy, he takes this guy's drink to put it back into the soda machine.
No more refills!
By how he ran away here, it looks like this soda machine should be next to the cashier boat, or at least somewhere on that side. Maybe in the corner after Mr. Krabs' office door. In the Season 1 episode Fools in April, when Tom asks Spongebob to get him some ice cubes for his drink, we see Spongebob run straight backwards. By where they are standing, it's possible that it's still located in the same place, but to my knowledge, we legit never see it again in the whole 14 seasons. The Krusty Krab has a salad bar. This one gotta be one of the most rare things in the restaurant, cause it showed up back in Season 1's Culture Shock and then never appeared again.
I just don't get it. If a free salad bar doesn't bring in customers, what will?
While we never see it again in the show, we do get the confirmation that it still exists 4 seasons later in New Digs, when Mr. Krab says this.
No! You have to punish me!
What? Okay, then wipe down a salad bar.
Aye, aye, sir.
SpongeBob's dumbass don't even know what salad is in Bossy Boots, so it's safe to say it's probably not out a lot in the restaurant. The salad bar does appear in multiple video games though, but I'm still waiting for the Season 14 episode that's gonna bring it back for an episode. There are 3 doors behind the cash register, leading to 3 different rooms. The door to the far right is to the restroom.
Now let's see how Squidward prepares for his shift.
The Krusty Krab toilets are actually not too bad. It's only like 3 of them and there's no gender separations, but like, come on, this is not a big restaurant. Most days, especially in the early seasons, it never had more than like 10 customers. In Krusty Krab training video, we see it's bilingual though, with a wash your fin sign in both English and Spanish. The door next to the restroom door, of course, leads to the kitchen.
Your workstation. It's important to keep your area tidy and free of droppings.
Here is where it gets really inconsistent. The grill is usually in the front, right under the order window, so SpongeBob can grill patties while breathing into Squidward's neck. But in multiple episodes, the grill is in the back of the restaurant, like in Season 2's Your Shoes Untied.
Ta-da! A perfect patty.
All right, SpongeBob, hand it over. Well?
Here it's instead the fryer that's under the window, but usually they are both over here. Obviously the joke wouldn't work if the grill was in front, since then he could just hand the patty over to Squidward, but in other episodes there really seems to be no reason for it moving to the back.
SpongeBob! Thanks for finally getting rid of that horse.
You're welcome, Mr. Krabs.
Now if we could just get rid of Squidward.
In Employee of the Month, the grill even moves mid-episode from being in its usual spot to being in the back instead.
Faster, SpongeBob, faster!
There's nothing to this patty flipping, Mr. Krabs. I'll easily double your output, Sponge Hog.
Boys!
But if you pay attention here, it actually looks like the grill is still in the front. And this is a new, way wider grill in the back. And then we got Neptune's spatula where it's on the side of the room.
The accursed stove has burnt my finger. Feel thine own wrath, stove!
Sometimes there's a freezer in the Krusty Krab kitchen, and it can really be anywhere. Let's start with SP129 in Season 1. Here it's placed to the side when you walk in, but then if we move on to the original fry cook in Season 5, it's placed more on the side of the actual room. And then in Quarantined Crab in Season 12, it's in the back.
All I ask is that you remember me as I was, full of life.
Then we got Just One Bite in Season 1, where there is a big ass patty vault right in the middle of the kitchen, like it's taking up a lot of space.
Holy shrimp!
In Pat No Pay, we learned that this smaller vault is the refrigerator with ice inside. Shouldn't ice be in the freezer as well? Then we got the door on the left when you walk into the kitchen, and this door leads into Mr. Krabs' office. Also, the last door behind the register leads there as well, but Mr. Krabs almost always walks through, I don't know, the other door, like out from the main restaurant, like from the dining area. He always takes that door, even though it would be like way faster to take his office door to get into the kitchen.
SpongeBob, you wouldn't last even one day in the wild. This is your natural habitat.
But often when he walks into the kitchen, it's to check on SpongeBob, cause the customers outside are mad or something, cause half of the Krusty Krab episodes are just about how SpongeBob can't make Krabby Patties anymore.
That's what I thought you said. Now let me offer this as a rebuttal. Stay back! I'm warning you!
Alright, now you're just acting silly.
Mr. Krabs' office is kinda small, but it's really comfy. We see it in a lot of episodes, and there's not any big inconsistencies. I mean, in some episodes he has a money shower in here, and this chest can contain some different things, but it's mostly the same. In the Season 10 episode Mermaid Pants, we get some new stuff though.
You're a comic book geek!
Don't touch those! They're mint condition!
So not only do we learn that Mr. Krabs is a comic collector, but also that there is a whole secret room in here that technically would not fit in here. That goes for a lot of SpongeBob buildings. Like I said before, there are usually 3 doors on the wall behind the register. And that's true for most SpongeBob episodes, but in Season 12's Break-In, we get this scene.
Employee break room?
So, to the collection of rooms we already have in the Krusty Krab, we can now add a break room. And the new rooms don't end here. There is a whole ass vent system in the Krusty Krab. In True for Square, we first get the return of the freezer in the back of the kitchen.
My ode to the Krabby Patty, made entirely out of ice.
Then they climb up at the top of the freezer to get into the very large ventilation system. These could lead to like multiple rooms that can be above or below the main restaurant, and we actually see one of them in the episode.
I think I see the exit. Ah, barnacles, it's just the surveillance room.
Oh, my house is on TV.
So Mr. Krab's got a whole surveillance room in the Krusty Krab. The Freaky Krab. Then in Chum Bucket Supreme, also in Season 6, we see even more stuff like this. Mr. Krabs is not only a freak, he is like a spy mastermind. And this is not the only time we see them underground in here. Moving forward to Season 12, we got Krabby Patty Creature feature.
Come with me, boyo.
Whoa, what is this place?
Now we got like a elevator freezer where Mr. Krabs' office door is supposed to be. Mr. Krabs says that this is his secret lab where he experiments on food, and he is paying Sandy to science up his menu. Makes sense, you know, with how like many new weird menu items that they come up with over the course of the show.
Here you go, sir. A king-size Ultra Krabby Supreme with the works. Double batter fried. On a stick.
Thanks.
Barnacle head.
Then we got a drive-thru that we see in the episode Drive-Thru of the same season, and then like a couple of other appearances.
Spongebob, your man in the drive-thru.
When do we get a drive-thru?
I realize there's a lot of young people on the go these days. They don't have time to sit down and eat.
Then we got the storage room that we see in Accidents Will Happen in Season 8.
What's all the ruckus?
It looks to be connected to the kitchen, but that means that there is even more doors in here. And of course we can't forget that in multiple episodes the door in the back leads outside. For example, in the Splinter.
Patrick?
Yeah?
Thank goodness you're there. I got a splinter in my thumb and...
I see. Well, I'm pretty booked today, but I think I can fit you in.
Thanks, Patrick.
But then, in other episodes, there is no door here. Then in the Season 10 episode, Lost and Found, we get more underground stuff.
Is there a ladder?
Yes.
Here's the ladder, boyo.
Down here is a gigantic Lost and Found area with everything that has gotten lost in the Krusty Krab, including old referenced items and living people. So we have talked about SpongeBob's house a couple of times already, but a house that might even be more interesting is the one next to it. Today we are doing a deep dive on 122 Conch Street, aka Squidward's house. Squidward's house is obviously in more episodes than SpongeBob's garage or library, so while we got a wider scope here, it's only right to start off with its first appearance. Well, we see the exterior of it in the first minutes of the show, but I'm talking about the first time we see the inside of it, and that's in Bubble Stand.
And now for some soothing sounds from Squidward's clarinet. Thank you, thank you.
Squidward's gallery is very iconic. It's only fitting that that's the first room we see in this house. We can see in later episodes that this room is full of self-portraits, full. After this, Squidward walks outside, so there's really not much more to talk about here, but if you go just 2 episodes forward, we got jellyfishing, which will give us some more of his house.
Welcome home, Squidward!
Merry Christmas!
Squidward's first floor is also iconic. Here we can see more of what I talked about a few videos ago with the Hawaiian aesthetic that just makes this whole house look so comfy, and I really want to live here. More than SpongeBob's house, to be honest. Like, I think Spongebob's house is fire, but Squidward's house is something else. It's just so calming. Now, most of the time we see it, it's not very calm and he is getting jumped in here by Patrick and Spongebob, but the house itself is relaxing to me. The first big contradiction with Squidward's house starts with the next episode, Plankton.
Be quiet, SpongeBob! SpongeBob, what are you doing?
So here is the first time we see Squidward's bedroom, and they put it on the first floor, so SpongeBob can walk right through it from outside. This is of course not a contradiction, since it's the first appearance, but to my knowledge, it's the only time his bedroom is not on the second floor. Or I guess it technically could be on the first floor in multiple episodes where SpongeBob don't like literally walk through his house, so we can't know. There is a lot of times you can't really confirm what floor they are on, but I think one of Squidward's windows on the second floor is in the gallery and the other is in his bedroom, which we see in Breath of Fresh Squidward, and other times when Squidward is woken up by SpongeBob and screams at him through his window. And in the camping episode in Season 3 we see this.
Finally, the weekend is here. And this isn't just any old weekend. This is the weekend SpongeBob and Patrick go camping.
Here we can see the left window being lit up as Squidward is getting ready to go to bed. Pretty obviously at least hinting that that's where he is at right now. We also see that the door to our right of Squidward's bed leads to a bathroom. But it's not his only bathroom. This top one contains his bathtub and shower and toilet, of course. It's here we see him in the first movie, for example. Then his second bathroom is on the bottom floor, and you enter it through his living room, which we can see in multiple episodes as well, like House Fancy in Season 6.
SpongeBob, what was that noise? Skin me alive and drench me in boiling oil! What have you done to my living room? I told you just to paint the faded spot!
Well, it all looked kind of faded.
It looks very familiar to his bathroom on the top floor, seems to even have a shower as well. But these bathrooms are actually somewhat consistent. The door next to Squidward's bed is there in a lot of episodes. Now let's talk about something that's not in a lot of episodes. Many might not know this, but Squidward's house actually has an elevator that we first see back in the Season 1 episode, Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost.
Remember, Patrick, finders keepers.
So after home invading Squidward, we can clearly see SpongeBob and Patrick take the elevator to the second floor, which got me thinking, is this elevator in more episodes? Yeah, it appeared in Sandy's rocket, which is actually before Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost, but this time it takes you to his bedroom and not his gallery. And that's also where we see it return in Sanctuary in Season 9, now with the window.
Oh, this has got to stop!
Bro can afford 2 personal elevators on a cashier's salary. But going back to his gallery in Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost, we can see that next to the elevator that's only here in this episode, we got a wooden door. And it's here Squidward comes through when he walks out of the bathroom.
He's pushing up daisies.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
The way it looks here, it seems to hint that there is a third bathroom connected to the gallery, but I think there are 2 possible explanations. Either this door leads to the bedroom, so we walked out of the bathroom, into the bedroom and now into the gallery, or the bathroom on the second floor has 2 doors, with one leading to the gallery and one to the bedroom. Or of course there is a third option, that it's a kids cartoon, don't worry guys, I know that. Now we gotta talk about something else that we see in Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost. Despite how very not wide it looks for the outside, Squidward's house has some really long and kind of liminal hallways.
Patrick, are you ready for this?
Yes?
Okay, let's go. Patrick, are you coming?
Yes?
Patrick, it's this way.
Where?
Here.
Oh! Coming!
This hallway and closet seems to be located on the bottom floor. The walls have the same green colors as the living room compared to the top floor, with red walls in the gallery and blue walls in the bedroom. And the bathroom has like purple-pink walls, which is kinda crazy, like Squidward's house has walls of every color. We can see this in this frame from, I actually don't know which episode, but this shows us that his house has 3 floors, one of each color. I mean, it would make sense with the elevator, but it don't make sense with how the windows at the same height are to the bedroom and gallery, so they gotta be on like the same floor. But that's not entirely true, because in one of Squidward's bathrooms, the top one, there is a window right at the shower. So that makes 3 windows, but there's more. Well, this 4th one isn't really contradicting anything, because it's on the bottom floor and leads to his backyard. And we see it for the first time in season 1 in Naughty Nautical Neighbors. This window is somewhat consistent, appearing as recently as in season 11's Bunny Hunt, which is an episode that also gives us a good look at Squidward's backyard.
Typical. I always forget something.
While if we go back to the window's first appearance in season 1, Squidward clearly does not have a big garden. He does in this episode, with fences and everything. And it's not the first time we have seen Squidward growing stuff in his yard. We even saw it with smaller fences back in season 5's Squidward.
Hi, Squidward. Wanna play?
No! And leave me alone!
Okay, Squidward. See you later.
Making everything come full circle, in this episode Squidward not only has a garden in his backyard, Squidward also has a library.
Perhaps I can find solitude in the printed word.
Hey, Squidward. Wanna play? Okay, Squidward. See you later.
While not quite as big as Spongebob's library, Squidward's library still looks really comfy, and we see it again in I Heart Dancing.
What, is he still at it?
So now it's not an elevator there anymore, but a door that leads to, I think, another hallway. It doesn't have the same wall colors as the other one, but it looks kind of like an optical illusion with how the same painting is behind the door and in front of the door. In Snowball Effect, we also see that Squidward has a fireplace on the top floor.
Warm fire, cozy slippers. Why do I even bother?
The fireplace is clearly also located in the gallery with the red walls and how Squidward walks up to the windows in it, or the window singular.
Major stupidity! You and general nonsense over there will have to fight without me. Got them both.
Going back to the bottom floor, Squidward not only has a living room and a toilet here, he also of course has a kitchen in the same room as the living room, as we can see in Naughty Nautical Neighbors, where we see the window at the back and the front door in the same shots. Basically the entire bottom floor except for the bathroom is connected without any doors. In many Spongebob episodes, Squidward's house is just gone. Sometimes we just see Spongebob and Patrick's house next to each other with no Squidward's house in the middle of them. This could be explained by how Squidward's house is literally alive.
Nobody! Not even Squidward's house.
This is not the only instant either. It gets annoyed with Spongebob in Funny Pants, coughs and screams in Bunny Hunt, and even talks in multiple episodes.
Oh well, I needed to lose a little weight anyway.
So it's safe to say Squidward's house might wander off sometimes. Maybe the security system from Good Neighbors is still activated and it has legs and arms still. That's horrifying. The bosses in SpongeBob are very iconic. I feel like I start every lore video by using that word, but this is a very iconic show. If you like overthinking everything about SpongeBob like I do, you might have thought about the buses at some point. Where do they really go to, and where are the bus stops in Bikini Bottom? The first appearance of buses in SpongeBob is in the first episode, Help Wanted. But what we see here is that there is no bus stop at the Krusty Krab. Well, clearly the buses stop here, but there is no like bus stop sign in sight. And this continue with the next time we see buses, which is in I Was a Teenage Gary, where one stops at SpongeBob's house on Conch Street.
The bus is here! The bus is here! Come on, SpongeBob! Jellyfishing, jellyfishing!
The bus stops at Conch Street in other episodes as well, and in Dumped we see a bus sign on the other side of SpongeBob's house on the Conch Street road. In the Pink Purloiner in Season 4 there is a bus stop on the same side, but by the looks of it, it's a bit further towards Patrick's house.
So, this is it?
Barring the unforeseen hand of fate? I'm afraid it is.
Patrick, don't go! I'm sorry I accused you.
However, earlier in the episode we see the bus stop more in the middle, leaning towards SpongeBob's house.
Good night, Patrick.
Good night, SpongeBob!
We do see a bus stop at Patrick's house in Hooky as well, where a bus drops off Patrick after he has gotten caught by the hooks.
Oh, does somebody have a can opener?
I will count this all as the same bus stop though. It's at most like 20 feet away from SpongeBob's house. And the bus stopping at SpongeBob's house, or like closer, is something we also see in Roller Cowards.
Look, the bus is here!
Wait for me, Patrick! Woo! Fiery fist of pain! Here we come!
In Gary's new toy, we get another view of the Conch Street bus stop, looking to be now to our right of SpongeBob's house.
Do you smell something burning?
This might actually be a different bus stop because of it switching sides and being a bit further away, but I mean it's still close. Maybe they like broke the last one. So I'm just stupid. First of all, this is not the first time we see it on the Conch Street side of the road, on the house's side, but also obviously there has to be two different bus stations on Conch Street because you take one for each direction. Because we have seen them take the bus to the left and to the right. So yeah, you just kinda ignore that. There are two different bus stops on Conch Street. In Hocus Pocus, it's here as well.
I don't care where you're going, just take me away from here.
Then take one card and shove it in your ear.
And in Breath of Fresh Squidward, we see the same thing with a bus dropping Squidward off in front of his house.
Good night, Squidward!
Hey, Patrick, did you notice something different about Squidward?
New glasses?
Obviously, when I'm talking about the buses, we can't not mention the most memorable appearance of them. Well, the scene in Help Wanted is memorable too, but Rock Bottom is all about buses.
Let me get my wallet.
In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick take the bus from Glove World, leaving Bikini Bottom and going to Rock Bottom.
Hey, SpongeBob?
Yeah, Patrick?
Where's leaving Bikini Bottom?
Where did you see that?
We just passed the sign. You are now in leaving Bikini Bottom.
What?
What's wrong, SpongeBob?
Patrick, I think we're on the wrong...
Rock Bottom is not even the last stop, like buses leave to both directions here.
But sir, we need to get back to Bikini Bottom.
Oh well.
Where is this, SpongeBob?
And later in the episode, we see Patrick going back to Rock Bottom with the bus driving past the houses on Corn Street.
Home at last.
Don't worry, SpongeBob, I'm coming back for you!
Now, if they actually are on the wrong bus is up for debate. I mean, yeah, SpongeBob said it, but it's not like they were paying attention to the stations going by.
Show me what you got at Glove World.
Okay, here's my glove light.
Wow.
I see you. Bye.
I got gloves for my glove action figure.
Cool.
But Patrick does go by Corn Street at the end of the episode. Now, it is Patrick, so he might be on the wrong bus, but we know he did get back to Bikini Bottom on the bus that he took from Rock Bottom.
Hey, SpongeBob, the bus is here!
But the bus also stops at the Krusty Krab, so let's go back there. The Krusty Krab didn't have a bus stop sign in Help Wanted, and the same goes for Graveyard Shift and Band in Bikini Bottom, where buses stop there.
Hello!
And also in Season 7's Squidward in Clarinetland. In all of these episodes, the buses just stop in front of the Krusty Krab with no bus sign. In Wishing You Well in Season 4, the bus drives on the backside of the Krusty Krab, where there now is a road.
The only thing I wish for is to be far away from here.
Bye, Squidward. Enjoy your trip.
Lucky.
In this episode, it's different though. 1, the bus doesn't stop here, it drives straight by, and 2, he did wish to be taken away in a wishing well, so the bus just spawned in, probably. Another one that shouldn't count is in Chum Bucket Supreme, where the bus stops at the Chum Buckets.
You fellas look hungry.
As we can see, this is a bus dedicated to the Bikini Bottom hockey team, so it won't go by the usual bus routes, and the same goes for Grandmom's the Word.
Hi, Grandma!
That's a Shady Shoals bus, which is the retirement home in Bikini Bottom where Plankton's grandma lives, so that bus has an agenda as well. But it does stop at the same place that normal buses have before, so it really doesn't change anything. Now, if you have watched my video on which way the Krusty Krab is from SpongeBob's house, which got set to YouTube Kids without me having any say, by the way, you would know that after me yapping for 10 minutes, the conclusion was ultimately that we don't know. So placing the Krusty Krab on the Glove World to Rock Bottom route is gonna be hard. Also, we have no idea if it's the same bus route or how many different buses there are in Bikini Bottom. The Season 12 episode Squids on a Bus naturally has a lot of important bus lore for us and even starts at a bus stop.
Where's that bus? I've been waiting for almost an hour!
Almost an hour, he says.
So now we got a bus stop on the houses side of Conch Street again. And this is the bus that Squidward takes to work.
Oh, it smells like a narwhal's armpit in here! Alright, that's it! Krusty Krab!
Squidward is a backseat driver, so he and the bus driver gets into beef and decide to switch jobs to prove the others is easier.
Oh, I like this. Good morning.
The first bus stop is impossible to place. It's an old woman in sand with no houses around, and that's the case for many of the bus appearances in Spongebob. You don't really know where they're at. The next one is in the same boat with Spongebob getting on.
This stop is Coral Boulevard. Thank you for riding with your merry bus driver, and have a beautiful day.
We don't see the Conch Street houses in the background, and clearly his ass ain't working, so he could really be anywhere. He even admits later that he don't have a stop to get off on, since it's his bus riding day. We see the bus driving over a bridge, or whatever you call this, like a highway in the sky. This takes him into the Bikini Bottom city, and the next stop is Patrick in the middle of nowhere. How do y'all even get here? I have no idea where this place is, where everyone is getting off, but Squidward keeps driving, or actually he forgets to drive.
Who's driving?
Well, I am, of course. Wow!
At this point, we kinda can't read into it anymore, cause if I'm not mistaken, that was probably not the right way to the next stop. However, what we do know from this one is that the bus goes past Squidward's house, past Patrick's house, to get to the Krusty Krab. So basically our left when looking at the houses. Going back to the Pink Purloiner, this episode showed them going from Jellyfish Fields to Conch Street, but we also saw them get off at Jellyfish Fields at the start of the episode.
You know, Patrick, the jellyfish migration is my favorite time of year.
No bus sign, but they get off at the Jellyfish Field sign, and later when they are going back, we see a bus sign.
I would kill for a net like that. You know, something small like a carrot. But not spiders, they're icky.
Here we also see the bus coming from our left, putting Jellyfish Fields on that side of the route as well. Realistically, that would be further away from Conch Street than the Krusty Krab, but who knows, like, the bus could be driving in circles for all I know. Sandcastles in the sand shows SpongeBob and Patrick get on the bus at maybe Conch Street?
Little sunscreen and I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm spending the whole day at the beach with my best friend.
You're hurting me!
Like, they were just in Patrick's house before, but we don't see where they get on. This bus takes them to Goo Lagoon, but we can't place it on the bus route since it isn't shown to be connected to any of the other bus stops. And we don't even see the Goo Lagoon stop since they are kicked off the bus a bit before getting there. In Texas, we see that there is a bus stop near Sandy's Tree Dome.
It'd be too sad.
No, wait! Sandy!
We also see in this scene that the Krusty Krab is very close to Sandy's Tree Dome, but we never see a bus between the two locations. And in Chimps Ahoy we see probably the same bus stop again.
So long, Bikini Bottom. I can't leave without a goodbye. But please don't think bad of me if I start to cry.
Then in A Flea in Her Dome, the bus stops very close to Sandy's house, and the same thing happens in House Sitting for Sandy, where the bus is set for Texas. Matter of fact, in all of these bus appearances, it's Sandy going to or returning from Texas. So, I mean, it could be fair to assume that this could be a different bus than the Bikini Bottom bus, one that like only leaves in that direction, to Texas or whatever land. I would say the same about the bus that flies to the island in the sky in Clash of Triton. But I mean, it's possible it's after Rock Bottom or Glove World on either side. It's just no way of knowing with these one-off stops that we only see them get off at. The last episode I would like to look at, I think it would be fitting to do the like sequel to Help Wanted, I guess, Spongebob.
Krabby Patty! Krabby Patty up!
SpongeBob follows the anchovy into the bus, which goes from the Krusty Krab to our left and stops at Goofy Goober's. After that, it goes to a sunglasses store and then a mattress store, and after this it ends up at Conch Street. Coming from the right direction as well, or like the left direction, but yeah. Unless more episodes with detailed bus routes come out, or we get a map or something, it's gonna be very hard to place most of these stops. But we actually got an official map. Don't get mad at me for saving it to the end, I needed some kind of twist, and the twist is actually real for me as well, because the video was almost done before I remembered someone had sent this to me on Twitter. Shout out to Glistlow, you made my video almost have a point. So we have 5 different like lines or times that the buses go by. This is way too complicated for me, to be honest. I only know how to keep track of if they are going to left or right. But the red is every 3 minutes, which is crazy, because that means there is a bus going by Conch Street 20 times an hour. Probably not the same bus, but yeah. But this also says that every 20th minute a bus drives between Spongebob and Squidward's house on the scenic routes. I don't think Squiddy would like that very much. This is already hurting my head, but by the looks of it, they are saying you take the bus to the right to get to the Krusty Krab, which don't seem correct from what we have seen. That's the only way you can get from Conch Street to the Krusty Krab without switching buses halfway. This also means you can't take a bus from Conch Street to Rock Bottom. Technically that could be true since we never saw Patrick go there or the bus driving by. Here you take the green line, which apparently is only 3 times a week, to get from Glove World to Rock Bottom. But not down to Rock Bottom actually, as the last stop there is before you hit Rock Bottom. The scenic route goes to Rock Bottom though, although it doesn't connect to Glove World. So what are we even doing? We have talked about 2 of the 3 houses on SpongeBob's iconic street, so it's only right we take a look at the 3rd one. 120 Conch Street, aka Patrick's Rock, is what we are doing a deep dive on today. Patrick's Rock is just that, a rock. But somehow it ends up being probably the most complicated and interesting building in Bikini Bottom I have talked about yet. In Help Wanted we get our first look of it, very briefly. So here we see that his home is very small under the rock, with just a lamp, a chair and a TV. But the next time we see the inside in Home Sweet Pineapple, it's even smaller.
Good night, SpongeBob.
Good night, Rockmate. Good night, Gary.
Here we see Patrick's rock is only used as a blanket since there is absolutely no space underneath.
Is it time already to ruin Squid's day? Hey, SpongeBob, don't start without me!
We also learn in this episode that he made this house himself.
We can't build a house.
Well, sure, it's easy. I built my house all by myself.
The version of Patrick's house with just a TV chair and lamp is pretty consistent though, at least throughout the first seasons, with it looking like this in Season 3's Rockabye Bye Valve.
I'm going back to work.
Work.
He got hit in the head with 2 coconuts.
So, this is work?
You know, it's not as easy as it looks. Sometimes I gotta move the antenna.
But then in the secret box, the season before, things change a lot as Patrick's house is now a lot bigger on the inside.
Sizzle frenzy! Who's the...
Now he don't even have the chair and TV, but a lot more space and a bed. This is obviously contradicting how he slept in both Home Sweet Pineapple and how he often sleeps just stuck to the rock, like the sea star he is. Also in Season 2 we got I'm With Stupid, where we get some important lore.
Need furniture!
Patrick, what's with the home improvement?
Patrick makes his own furniture out of sand. This is, I'm pretty sure, the first instance of this happening, but it will pretty much be canon moving on.
Oh, I know where...
Oh, let me lead the way so we don't get lost, huh? Hold hands now. Okay, we're almost there. Let go on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good job!
In this episode, Patrick has created like a real house interior. He has a sand TV instead of the real TV we see in other episodes, and he has a sand couch and even other rooms.
So, what's on your mind? No, wait! I already know the answer. Nothing! See, that's funny, 'cause you're dumb!
I don't know why, but the doorway being made out of sand makes this house so crazily comfy. Like, I almost take back what I said in the video about Squidward's house, cause I wanna live here as well.
And don't worry, I'll keep this warm for you.
I have a confession to make. I lied about being stupid.
Then at the end of the episode, it looks like the house has imploded and it's now just some sand on the same level as the rock, like in Home Sweet Pineapple. And then if we move on to Season 4, we got Patrick Smartpants.
Are you better, Pat? What you doing?
Just studying this amazing subspecies.
I'll show you subspecies!
Wanna visit Squidward?
Well, since I am finished with my work, I'll humor you in your trivial pursuits.
Here the interior looks pretty much similar to I'm With Stupid, with the same holes in the sand as doors.
Why have we grown apart? I must apply all that I know to solve this problem.
Then later in the episode we see some mixture with real books on the sand shelf. So I guess sand books are out of the question. Well, it's Patrick, so it's not like books are gonna be very important for the lore here. In Bummer Vacation, also in Season 4, he has the same big space, but nothing here at all.
Who do they think they are? I've given the best years of my life to this place and they think they can just fire me like that? Like trash? I don't think so.
SpongeBob?
You
Is that you?
I've been waiting for you, Patrick.
Moving on to season 5, we got 2 shorter episodes that both take place primarily in here, so we gotta take a look at them. And first we got Rise and Shine. Here Patrick has yet again some sand furniture, but a real clock. We see him get some food out of a sand locker, and then he watches a sand TV that actually works.
And now, live from Bikini Bottom, it's Bikini Bottom Live!
Next we see that he even has stairs, not just holes in walls. This episode so far shows the most intricate design of Patrick's house, and that continues with his next scene.
Pants. A clean mouth is a happy mouth. Done.
Patrick even has a bathroom? That can't be used a lot. Even a sand bathtub, bro really went all out for this episode. And the other season 5 short that showcases his house is the Donut of Shame.
What a beautiful specimen of donuthood. A donut this nice deserves to be served on fine china!
Now that's actually crazy. If you pause, we can see Patrick's basic interior design with the chair, lamp and TV, but as soon as he jumps down, it's back to the big sand home. Then later in the episode, we see Patrick flush the donut down a sand toilet, and then we get one of my favorite jokes in the entire post-movie Spongebob.
The attic! Wait, I don't have an attic! Oh, I know! The attic!
That attic joke is just so funny to me. Going back to season 4, in the pink purloiner we see Patrick's house might be even bigger than we saw before. Or I guess after.
Patrick, where are you? Why are the lights off?
I'm in here! Be on a second!
Oh, reliable.
Hello!
What's in your hand, Patrick?
Here it looks like Patrick's house can have more than one floor. I mean, it's possible with how shapeable the sand is. In season 7's Growth Spout, when Mr. Krabs break into Patrick's house, we see he has a fridge with food in it.
After all, it's for a worthy cause, me beloved Pearl. Don't worry, Pearl. Daddy found you some victuals. Bottom feeders.
So Patrick's sand might not be as compact as we have seen before. This could explain why Patrick's house changes so much, because it falls apart and stuff all the time. Patrick bounces around the house a lot, so that's not unbelievable that he would have to rebuild. In Rule of Thumb, Patrick's rock is rebuilt into a castle.
Yes, sire.
I need your opinion on something. Do you think the giant flat screen TV should go over the fancy egg display or the indoor swimming pool?
But that means a lot of new rooms and stuff is added, and most of it ain't even in sand, so it's not really relevant. Also, this episode sucks. In the season 9 episode Patrick the Game, Patrick has a sand clock, and his home seems kind of shrunken down compared to the last appearances we have looked at.
Good evening. Please step into my gameatorium.
More like a lamatorium.
Welcome, gamers.
In Pat the Horse, in season 11, we start the episode at the Rock, where Spongebob is reading a bedtime story to Patrick.
Okay, Patrick, one more book, then you go to sleep, Kay?
Kay.
This one is called You Can Be Anything.
I can be anything!
This, if anything, confirms that Patrick can build new furniture really fast, cause I have never even seen a chair this close to a bed before. At least put it into the corner of the room. Like, do you want someone to sit there and stare at you while you sleep? What? Then in the season 12 episode Shell Games, we get kind of a crazy twist with Patrick's rock actually being a turtle's shell.
Oh boy! How long was I out? Ugh, long enough for all this crud to get stuck on my shell. Oh, nasty!
This is not canon, like, get this stuff out of here, it's a rock. Also in season 12 we have a Pat Hart Squid, where Squidward moves in with Patrick after the 8th trillion Squidward house destruction.
You can take my bed, Squiddy old buddy.
Well, maybe it won't be so bad staying here after all.
Sleep tight, don't let the sand mites bite. But if they do, just let me know and I'll smash them.
In this episode, Patrick has a bedroom for Squidward, while he himself hangs from the rock ceiling.
What is this place? Squidward, did you do all this?
Well, I figured if I have to stay here, I might as well make it livable.
The rest of the episode has the house changed, since Squidward makes it more like his own home.
Well, Patrick, time for another lovely day in the flower garden of life.
I love you, Brick. I love you, Brick.
So yet again I forgot to record an ending. I was editing and realized that I was at the end of the video with no type of conclusion, so I'm back now sometime later. So if there is anything to take away from this video, it's that Patrick's house is the most inconsistent house on Conch Street, for good reason, since it's basically all made out of sand. Whether you wanna view the rock being Tony's shell as something that is canon or not, it's up to you. But with how Patrick's rock has gotten destroyed multiple times over the course of the show, it don't really make sense with how he supposedly had been sleeping in there for 30 years.
I overslept a little.
A little? Your appointment was for 30 years ago.
30 years? Oh! Hey, I never was a morning person.
To me, Patrick is living under a rock with some sand furniture and sometimes real furniture. And that's good enough for me. I wanna talk about some other houses, like, you know, Sandy's Tree Dome, Mr. Krab's house. But I would also like to do more obscure topics with these lore videos, like the ones I did on Spongebob's house, which I find more interesting, so we'll see what's next. So something I have been thinking about for like the longest time somehow is the timeline of SpongeBob SquarePants. I actually started working on a chronological timeline for the show, like back before I even made my first video. But I think it's time to start again and document it right here on the channel. Quickly before we start, subscribe. Someone told me I should say that in a video, so y'all better listen. So to start this timeline off, we need to place 1 or 2 episodes as anchor points. While I would like to just start by plopping down like Help Wanted as the first episode at the start and then move on from there, it's not quite that easy. Yes, in Help Wanted, SpongeBob gets hired at the Krusty Krab, which means it takes place before every episode where he works there. But there are a lot of episodes that does not take place here. And there's really no way to prove an episode like Reef Blower or Bubble Stand that takes place after he got hired at the Krusty Krab. Matter of fact, there's a case for many episodes taking place before Help Wanted, with how SpongeBob is the only one who can cook Krabby Patties, and yet he seems to have a day off in more than half of the episodes. It's not too far-fetched to assume that when SpongeBob goofs around in episodes like Jellyfish Jam and The Gift of Gum, Jim or someone else is working as the fry cook. Instead, let's start with an easy one. UG, aka Spongebob BC, is the first episode of the show, canonically, as it takes place in prehistoric Bikini Bottom.
Tabanga Gary Pooga, Tabanga Arthur, Gok or Sailor, Tabanga Do, Tabanga Do.
Tabanga do? Tabanga do.
Now the prehistoric parts of SP129 takes place before that, as the ancestors are even less civilized there. But we are going by the chronological order of episodes, and SP129 as an episode follows the real Squidward, Spongebob and Patrick, just with time travel. It's gonna get even more confusing if we're gonna put episodes in multiple spots of the timeline for like flashbacks and stuff, so UG is the first episode. Instead of Help Wanted, I would like to place a Tea at the Tree Dome next. Unfortunately, there's no way to relate this episode directly to Help Wanted, so we'll just have to save that one for now. But Tea at the Tree Dome shows the first time SpongeBob meets Sandy.
Oh, what's your name?
Sandy. So, what do y'all call yourself? I'm SpongeBob!
This means that every appearance of Sandy, where SpongeBob is present, which is gonna be like every one of them, is after Tea at the Tree Dome. And with that in mind, we can try placing some more episodes. In pre-hibernation week, Sandy is preparing to go into hibernation for the winter. SpongeBob and her interacts a lot here, and it's here SpongeBob is introduced to the concept of hibernation.
I'm hibernating next week.
Hibernating? What's that?
It's when I go to sleep for the whole winter.
Can I do that?
No, silly. It's a mammalian thing.
Then we got Survival of the Idiots, where SpongeBob and Patrick break into her tree dome, where she is hibernating.
Look, she's on the eating channel.
Howdy! If y'all are watching this, that means I'm asleep for the winter. This sleep is called hibernation.
So we can put Survival of the Idiots after pre-hibernation week. I was thinking about placing Christmas Who between these, since in Christmas Who, Sandy shows up to teach SpongeBob about Christmas, you know, with it being wintertime.
Ain't you never seen a Christmas tree before?
Christmas who?
What? Y'all never heard of Christmas?
Is she a friend from Texas?
No! I can't believe y'all haven't heard about Christmas.
And then she disappears from the episode, like completely, presumably going into hibernation as the snow comes. But something else we see in Survival of the Idiots is that this is SpongeBob's first time seeing snow.
Look at this!
What is this stuff?
And in Christmas Who, there is snow.
Hey guys, where's your Christmas spirit? He's just running late.
He probably just stopped for a snack! Fat guys get hungry, right?
Yeah!
So I'll put Christmas Who after Survival of the Idiots, just for the snow thing. Now it gets interesting, cause not only should every episode where SpongeBob is around snow be after Survival of the Idiots, also every episode that mentions Christmas should be after Christmas Who, since that's where everyone first learns about it. And there's a lot of episodes where snow or Christmas is present or mentioned. Let's talk about jellyfishing. In this episode, Patrick says this.
Welcome home, Squidward!
Merry Christmas!
So this episode is after Christmas Who. We know that, but something else that's interesting in this episode is this interaction between Squidward and Patrick.
I can't think of anything I'd love to do more on my day off than go jellyfishing with my two best friends, SpongeBob and...
Patrick!
Right.
So here Squidward does not know Patrick's name, It seems like he does know him, just not enough to remember his name. I'm seeing this as proof that this episode probably takes place before most episodes where the two interact in more meaningful ways. I think Squidward will remember Patrick's name after what he did to him in this episode though.
Firmly grasp it! That ought to do it.
But Christmas Who, which gotta take place before, since Patrick knew what Christmas was in jellyfishing, shows this interaction.
Here you go, Patrick.
Whoa! A wristwatch!
Here he knows Patrick's name. Not a crazy contradiction or anything, but I would hesitate against putting many more episodes where he knows Patrick's name before jellyfishing, since he seems to know Patrick well in a lot of episodes.
Patrick, you only live 400 yards away. Why do you want to check into a hotel?
Sometimes I just need to get away from it all.
Let's talk about another episode where Christmas is mentioned, Wishing You Well.
I don't get it.
Could you not stand so close? You're making me claustrophobic.
What does claustrophobic mean?
It means he's afraid of Santa Claus.
No, it doesn't.
Ho, ho, ho!
Stop it, Patrick! You're scaring him!
Ho, ho, ho!
Not only is Christmas referenced, but Squidward also calls Patrick by name here.
Patrick, get off of me! I told you I am claustrophobic.
Nice try, Squidward, but there's no Santa Claus here.
Patrick!
This makes a good case for it being after jellyfishing. When Squidward gets out of here, it's morning, meaning they spent the whole night together down here. Yet again, just like getting a jellyfish net through your hand, he's gonna remember Patrick's name, especially after saying it multiple times down here. And here I essentially get stuck. It's not hard to line up some more episodes like this. For example, Help Wanted, Plankton and Fun are in that order, since Spongebob gets his job at the Krusty Krab in Help Wanted, meets Plankton at the Krusty Krab in Plankton, and then meets him again, knowing him in Fun. But to my knowledge, there is no way that I can place these accordingly to the episodes that are on the timeline already. Sandy, Christmas and Snow is not connected to any of these three, and Plankton and the Krusty Krab aren't connected enough to the episodes on the timeline. Help Wanted can't be connected to Tree at the Tree Dome, which is really annoying since that would help a lot. What we might be able to place is some episodes that take place after Wishing You Well, since that's at the end of the timeline right now. But it's hard to place episodes between the ones that are here, since you need something concrete to connect that one to both episodes around it. And yeah, I can't really do anything from here. Any tips or something is appreciated, but to continue this series, I'll essentially have to start over, like going from Help Wanted or taking other episodes. I can't place any more according to the episodes that are already here. So it's not really gonna be a timeline, it's gonna be tons of smaller timelines. But let me know what y'all think. So it's spooky season, and we just probably talked about horror episodes in Spongebob. But the spooky stuff is not contained to just episodes. We got a couple of spooky locations in Spongebob as well. And the most iconic one is definitely Rock Bottom, which is what we are exploring today. Rock Bottom and most of its lore obviously comes from the iconic Season 1 episode with the same name.
But sir, we need to get back to Bikini Bottom.
Oh well.
Where is this, SpongeBob?
This just makes me happy watching, not gonna lie. Brings back such good memories. Fun fact, I actually wanted to use this image as the background for my videos instead of the Conch Street one at first, but it didn't fit as well with the things on screen.
Rock Bottom? It sure is weird around here. Kinda different.
So we can see that right at the bottom of the horizontal road, no, the other one, the opposite of horizontal, it goes up. Anyway, down here is the bus station, and SpongeBob goes inside here later in the episode.
I'm getting of this right now. I want a bus to Bikini Bottom. I am first in line, and no one is gonna tell me otherwise.
There is not much stuff in here, and it's a very spacey room. We just got a couple of benches and information booth. Makes sense with how this whole house is full of people waiting for information later.
Next. Next.
But we see some more stuff on the inside of the bus station in the video game Spongebob the Yellow Avenger. All credit to the channel KeybaitBox. I have sadly not played any of the Spongebob video games, none of them. I played some browser games when I was a kid, but when it comes to console games, I gotta show someone else's gameplay. Here we now have a vending machine as well, which of course is funny since we all know it usually is somewhere else. And by usually I mean in that one episode. Now Rock Bottom does appear in multiple episodes of the show, but that's for later. Now we gotta talk about the vending machine from the original Rock Bottom.
Hey, what's that? Candy machine. Kelp Nougat Crunch.
This is probably supposed to be the same one that we just saw in the Yellow Avenger. I guess they just put it inside there to make the game smoother or something. That's something we're gonna see a lot.
I'm not leaving this spot no matter what. I'll only be gone a second. Hey! Oh!
But Yellow Avenger is not the only video game where the bus station appears. In Employee of the Month, the second chapter takes place in Rock Bottom.
I have to put a quarter in the slot.
It's actually crazy how similar this level looks to the Season 1 episode. I'm getting very interested in playing some of the video games, and especially this game.
Hi, Marty!
Rock Bottom also appears in the video game Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Welcome to the dark depths of Rock Bottom, home of strange creatures and souvenir t-shirts.
The restrooms were there back in Rock Bottom as well, but this game also introduces a new location, which is the Rock Bottom Museum.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
This also appears in the rehydrated version of the game, which from what I have seen seems to be a very close remake. But then again, that's from me watching YouTube videos about the games and not playing them myself. But it's not only video games that include Rock Bottom. Well, obviously the original episode as well, but the city reappeared in multiple episodes of the show.
Left, stop, Rock Bottom!
In the Season 10 episode Out of the Picture, Squidward and Spongebob go to Rock Bottom to make a delivery.
Krusty Krab!
Ah! What are we screaming about?
Monsters!
This episode gives us the return of many of the fishes from the first Rock Bottom. The Rock Bottomites have some of the coolest designs in the whole show.
Okay, 329. I am 329th in line, and nobody forget it.
All of them are different species of fish you can find like deep down in the water. I think some of them can't be real.
Okay, second. I am second in line. Okay, third is good. Fourth, not bad.
Like, I know fish down there look crazy in real life, but some of these just seem a bit too crazy. The rock bottomites also have another accent than fish from Bikini Bottom.
Next bus leaves in 5 seconds. Ooh, tough luck, kid. That's the last one till morning.
Oh, no, you don't.
They are still pretty easy to understand, and Spongebob can obviously understand them, except that they're doing like those sounds between each word. But they really can't understand what Spongebob is saying, like speaking English without him adding the sounds.
When is the next bus to Bikini Bottom?
What?
The bus schedule, the next bus.
I can't understand your accent.
However, at the end of Rock Bottom, we see that this fish, who is probably the most recognizable Rock Bottom citizen, talks like this.
Enough air, thanks. Hey, I get it. Balloon travel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This guy also appeared in Out of the Picture and also in the third Rock Bottom episode, Food Truck, in season 13.
Oh, this place is deserted.
This episode gives us the return of the classic bus station and a look at some more buildings in Rock Bottom, including the Rock Bottom Mall.
Everybody.
The mall looks kind of similar to the Bikini Bottom one, but I really like how it has all the signs in the Rock Bottom language. And next we see the Rock Bottom graveyard.
Oh, the cemetery is empty too. This place isn't even a ghost town.
We see the orange fish again, and then some other Rock Bottomites return with the bus as they have gone all the way to the Krusty Krab to get Krabby Patties.
Hey, Bert! Too bad you couldn't come with us on our yearly trip to the Krusty Krab.
There are more video games where Rock Bottom appears. To be honest, it's one of the most iconic places in Spongebob, so it makes sense to have it as a level in most games. However, most of these are a bit too big games to just have the bus station and the restrooms, and like the bus stop, I guess. So they just throw in kind of anything in Rock Bottom to make the map bigger. In the Employee of the Month game, there is a TV station in Rock Bottom called WCTV.
Hello, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Welcome to WSCA.
In Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, there is a place below Rock Bottom called the Trench of Advanced Darkness.
A Trench of Advanced Darkness, huh? Sounds dark. Okay, Gary, I'll be extra careful.
This place is even darker than Rock Bottom, and the name is a reference to the original Rock Bottom episode, which is cool.
Ah, that's better. This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness.
In the video game Spongebob's Boating Bash, which I definitely want to play, there is a driving level in Rock Bottom as well.
Rotten little scoundrels!
Have you seen my slippers?
The trend I'm seeing with a lot of these games is that they kind of throw in whatever in here. In SpongeBob True for Square for Wii, there is a kind of cool like layout for Bikini Bottom. rock bottom.
Dizzy, but you're doomed.
Almost the whole level takes place inside this giant fish, which, while I'm not entirely sure, I don't think was in the Season 1 episode. So either rock bottom is really big or really small, depending on what you consider canon. Now, I kind of tend to count the show as canon and the video games not as much. I know other fans like viewing the video game maps as the canonical maps, but after seeing SpongeBob's library in Battle for Bikini Bottom, I was like, nah. This is what I will view rock bottom as for future reference, unless one of the one-off video game buildings make an appearance in the show, it's just too inconsistent. It's still spooky season, so I figured after rock bottom we gotta take a look at another spooky location in SpongeBob. This one being kind of obscure as well. Today we are exploring the Flying Dutchman's ship. The Dutchman first appears back in the Season 1 episode Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost, but only as a cameo in a magazine.
It's a comic book, and look at this. It's the origin of the Flying Dutchman. It says when he died, they used his body as a window display. Now he haunts the 7 seas because he was never put to rest.
And his first physical appearance in Scaredy Pants, he is shipless. It took until later in the season, in ARG, for us to see his ship and even get a glimpse on the inside.
I'm the Flying Dutchman. I'm the Flying Dutchman. Who dares wake the Flying Dutchman? Keep it down, will ya? I'm trying to get some sleep.
This is not a lot of information right here, but we can definitely see that his ship is quite large. And in the next season he gets a lot more screen time. In Shanghai, after the Flying Dutchman drops his ship's anchor on the houses, the 3 Conch Street house owners climb up onto his ship. The Dutchman resides behind these very small owner doors. Now he is a ghost, so it makes sense, but like, who puts a board across the door like this? I've never seen that. The Zipper of Despair is actually on the ship itself, or if it's just something that the Flying Dutchman can open anywhere. This is its only appearance, and he does open it just a few feet above the ground of the ship, so I will count it as something that is connected to his ship. See that the ship is steered using a wheel in the back. Well, obviously, but like it's a ghost ship driven by a ghost with magical powers, so who knows. The ship also has a perfume department, which could be a portal into land. However, as we see here, the two have trouble breathing from all the perfume, but seemingly no problem with their breath here, which leads me to assume that this isn't them teleporting to a real perfume store on land, but this, just like the Zipper of Despair, being separate dimensions that are only accessible from the Flying Dutchman's ship. So my canon is that on the Dutchman's ship, there is a Zipper of Despair and there is a perfume department on the ship. Because when they have went through the perfume department, they moved a bit backward on the ship, now being next to his office. So, in his office, the Dutchman has a window where he can look out behind the ship, and this is a window we can also see from the outside earlier in the episode. So we see them using the same door that the Dutchman came out of earlier, meaning that there is another door in this little hallway area where they came out of the perfume department. It has to be located in the only corner of the room we can't see, which is like where we are looking at them from. That's the door. The next time we see the ship is 2 seasons later in Ghost Host, where it actually gets destroyed.
Curse this cursed ghostly fog, I can barely see past my own nose. Burn! Wah!
After he crashes at SpongeBob's place for the whole episode, we learn at the end that this ship is repaired.
My ship's been done for 3 months now. Well, it was nice rooming with you. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I left you a little something for all your trouble. Now it's high time for me to ruin more souls.
I'm very thankful for that. Would have been a short video otherwise. Now, it goes quite some time before the ship reappears. The Dutchman does, but without this ship. In Season 8's Ghoul Fools, however, it's finally back. Here we learn that he can open the bottom of the ship to drop things all the way through. Well, we also learn that he can transform into a nuke, but that don't have much to do with the ship itself. Once again, we get the ship hiatus until the Season 11 special, The Legend of Bikini Bottom, with a new puppet look.
Music to me ears! Halloween night!
The ship looks great in this stop motion animation, and we actually see it a lot in this episode. So this is new. There is a door between the two furthest back windows, and inside here the Dutchman has a haunted house. Finally, the Dutchman's ship gets to join the Bigger on the Inside club. Up until this point, this has been like the only residence that doesn't have 10 rooms too many, compared to the size of the place. In here, he also got cages for all of SpongeBob's friends.
Why aren't you laughing, Patrick? What's wrong with you?
Help me, SpongeBob! My body's butt itches!
Then, also in Season 11, we got Shopping List, where Sandy and SpongeBob break into his ship to get ghost dandruff.
With my face, I can say anything and make it sound scary. One large skinny pumpkin latte with soy milk, please.
And finally, we got the Season 13 episode, Sandy Help Us, where the Dutchman kidnaps Sandy to help him.
The perfect dermatitis fix.
Maybe some skull and shoulders would help?
Not much new here, it's just the office again, but we do learn that this window is openable as Sandy flies out after freeing the Dutchman.
Absolutely! Sorry, Dutchie, duty calls!
So that's it for the show, but for video games we got some more stuff to look at. First off, we got the fittingly named Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. In this game we get the Crow's Nest, aka the Lookout Tower, being used for, I think, the first time. Then we got Battle for Bikini Bottom, where the Dutchman's ship appears as part of the Flying Dutchman's graveyard area. Lots of running around deck and not much seeing inside the other rooms, but we do get some more useful stuff in lights, camera, pans.
Hi, can you tell me?
Who dares come aboard?
The Flying Dutchman has a crewmate in this game, and he does not look like the others we saw in Ghoul Fools. Okay, this kind of messes with my canon of the perfume department being permanently between the bunk room and the captain quarters, cause bro just walked that distance like nothing, there was nothing there.
Ooh, what comfy looking beds!
This seems more accurate. Also, I'm interested in how it just said, walk deeper into the captain's quarters, meaning that's where he was already. So wouldn't that mean that this isn't the bunk room for the crew, but the captain's bunk? That's my headcanon, it just looks similar since it's both rooms with bunk beds. Except when Spongebob walks back in there, it says leaving the captain's quarters. Damn, almost had it. And the room is way too similar to not be where Spongebob and Patrick was in Shanghai. Even the ice skates were there. In the Nintendo DS version of the Atlantis Square Panties game, we get to see more of the lower decks. See, this is my problem with using the video games. Just like for Rock Bottom, they need the levels to be bigger, so we just get really long corridors or wide areas to do platforming stuff. Let's end the video off with a clip of the Dutchman's ship from one of the web games I used to play as a kid, Dutchman's Dash.
The Flying Dutchman in his own lair.
So the Chum Bucket has been opened throughout pretty much the entire run of Spongebob. How? It took Plankton 6 seasons to get a single customer.
I haven't had a customer in years! Hello? Away with you! Can't you see that I'm self-loathing here?
Sorry, I just wanted a chum stick.
What?
And even then, the guy was being paid by Karen to go eat there, so he made no money off of that. In many of Plankton's appearances in SpongeBob, he makes negative money. He's so locked in on stealing the formula instead of making his business work, so he's just spending like so much moolah on inventions and stuff.
You never know what trick he'll use to steal me secret Krabby Patty formula.
What a quaint restaurant. I think I will sample their wares.
It's kind of unclear when Plankton opened the Chum Bucket. It's been hinted that it was at the same time as Krabs in the mobile game SpongeBob Moves In, but in the new Plankton movie, he just walked into the Krusty Krab years after and then got the idea to steal Krab's secret formula and found the bucket just laying around. But if we go by friend or foe, we of course know that the rivalry between the two goes way back, and him wanting the formula being something that he has wanted long before the Krusty Krab was opened.
He was going it alone.
Oh, no you don't. This is my turf.
I think not, rag boy.
I can't decide what's canon and what's not. All we know is that the Chum Bucket has at least existed since early season 1, with its first appearance in one of the first episodes, Plankton.
Going to hand deliver it to me personally.
No, no, no! There's no one here.
Don't remind me.
The Chum Bucket is way too big not to cost money. Like, this place is actually huge, which makes sense since both Plankton and Karen also live here.
Good night, honey.
I'm not going to bring up how much actual money everything would realistically cost, cause how would I know, but let's go through what's in here. There is a big dining area, which sometimes is clean in episodes like Enemy in Law, where he kidnaps customers to eat here.
Oh good, the lunch rush.
And sometimes it's completely moldy and dusty, like in New Leaf in season 4.
Look at this place.
I'm any Plankton. You ever hear of spring cleaning?
Meaning that he actually cleans this place from time to time. Now the money spent on cleaning supplies is not like the craziest amount ever, probably, but judging by how he says this in New Leaf, it's still too much.
What's the point? Do you know when the last time I had a customer was?
Actually, I can't recall you ever having a customer.
Well, there he is!
Up until this point in the show, he has legit not made any money. Although the first movie saw him be a bit more successful.
You're selling Krabby Patties, eh, Plankton? That's right, Squidward.
Here he has a lot of customers and even sells them bucket hats. Although he does go to jail by the end of the movie, and we do not know how this money was handled in the case against Plankton. Now let's talk about advertising, cause Plankton spends a lot of money on that. We see in Enemy in Law that he has an ad in the Bikini Bottom yellow pages.
I'm the founder and owner of the Chum Bucket.
Never heard of it.
It's across the street.
Doesn't ring a bell.
It's on the back of the phone book. Come on, I paid a lot of money for that ad.
In SpongeBob's Last Stand, there is a billboard for the Chum Bucket, and in Plankton Paranoia, he even has a TV commercial.
Where you hiding?
I'm right here. At the Chum Bucket. Come on down and try our new Chum Nuggets.
And this is something we see in the Patrick Star Show as well.
Here at the Chum Bucket, chum comes in 3 delicious varieties. Moist, soggy, and pumpkin spice.
The Chum Bucket even being a thing in the Patrick Star Show would suggest that it's not the same canon as the Plankton movie, because SpongeBob does not work at the Krusty Krab in the Patrick Star Show yet. So he couldn't have gotten the idea like by walking into the Krusty Krab, because the Chum Bucket already exists before SpongeBob started working there, and SpongeBob was there when he got the idea in the Plankton movie. It's complicated, but anyway, in the Patrick Star Show, the Chum Bucket actually has customers on multiple occasions. In the season 1 episode Survivoring, there's not even a reason for it, it's just busy somehow. Also in the Patrick Star Show, after Plankton advertises on the Patrick Star Show, it results in customers there in the Patrick Star Show sells out. Since everyone is younger here, it would contradict Plankton never having had a customer before Nat. But yeah, like I said before, the Patrick Star Show is basically not canon, but also it is canon, but still kinda not. It's weird, there's like interdimensional travel and stuff. In Gary's New Toy, back in the main show by the way, there's an ad for the Chum Bucket on a bench, and he has so many signs up during the course of the show promoting the Chum Bucket, for example being open for 24 hours in Fear of a Krabby Patty.
What the? The Chum Bucket open 23 hours? So, that little piece of flotsam plankton thinks he can stay open longer than me, does he?
Sure. I don't know. Why not?
This one gotta be expensive, and in this episode he also prepares a whole psychiatrist office in the Chum Bucket.
Coming for me? No! 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 Stay back!
Wait, where'd you get that piano?
Now, he could just have had the couch and chair in a storage somewhere, but if he got all this stuff for the episode, that's even more money spent on not making anything back. In New Leaf, Plankton changes career paths and starts selling trinkets, which we don't see him sell at all over the course of the episode, as it just leads up to him trying to get the formula.
My diabolical, extremely convoluted plan worked! I should have been a politician.
I never give you the formula!
Plankton has also on several occasions hired employees to work at the Chum Bucket. In Welcome to the Chum Bucket, we find out that every Thursday night for years, Krabs has beaten Plankton playing cards, which was part of Plankton's plan to eventually win SpongeBob.
Please tell me you didn't lose the Krabby Patty secret formula!
I lost you!
What?
I bet your contract, and I lost.
Now, while Plankton does succeed with this, not only does he lose money on renovating the whole restaurant to look more like the Krusty Krab.
Just a few more steps, SpongeBob. Okay, go ahead, take it off. It's an exact replica of the Krusty Krab kitchen.
He also has to pay Krabs $50 just to take SpongeBob back at the end of the episode.
I'll do anything. I beg of you. How about you give me $50 and I'll take him off your hands? It's a deal.
I cheated anyway.
And that's not even counting all the money he lost in all the games before he eventually won SpongeBob. And of course, SpongeBob don't make Plankton a single dollar as an employee in this episode. Let's go through a few times where Plankton and the Chum Bucket is actually making money in episodes. In Greasy Buffoons, Plankton and Krabs have a grease-off selling very greasy food.
Something is terribly wrong, Squidward.
And it's taken you this long to figure that out?
Here he of course also gets a lot of billboards and is closed down at the end of the episode by a health inspector. Then in Chum Fricassee, Plankton hires Squidward to cook his grandma's recipe, which becomes very popular, with the restaurant being booked up 2 years forward.
Hey, all you bottom feeders, if you've already eaten, well, you might want to make room for seconds, because we are tasting Bikini Bottom's sensational new upscale eatery, Chum Bucket.
But before they can get there, of course, the restaurant is torn down by unhappy customers at the end of the episode. A similar thing happens in Chum Bucket Supreme, where Patrick is hired as an advertiser for Plankton and makes the Chum Bucket popular.
Tastes awful. Yeah, but the slogan is so catchy that we can't stop eating it. Chum is fun.
Chum is fun.
This goes on for a while before Patrick gets tired and quits, and Plankton insults his customers, causing all of them to leave. In Chum Caverns, Plankton digs a tunnel to the underground where he starts selling chum as part of a cave experience, which works. Here we see him actually making lots of money and even having a gift shop. But as soon as Krabs gets down here to give Plankton some competition, Plankton crashes out and throws everything away, burying everyone. Then, in Lame and Fortune, Plankton uses fortune cookies to ruin the Krusty Krab and makes all the customers come to him instead.
What did we ever do to those fortune cookies to make them lie about us like that?
Although this yet again fails by Plankton getting mad and revealing to the customers that the cookies were fake.
I wrote those fortunes. They were fakes. Don't you get it? Now all of you out!
Let's go back to the Krusty Krab!
Yeah, back to the Krusty Krab!
Yeah! He did probably make some money before that. In A Place for Pets, Krabs bans every non-pet from the Krusty Krab, so they all have to go to the Chum Bucket until figuring out that they can disguise as pets and leaving the Chum Bucket. The Chum Bucket gets destroyed in a lot of episodes, probably more than Squidward's house, which is an achievement. And we are not just talking about the walls breaking or something, this place explodes on so many occasions. It's usually at the end of Plankton episodes when his plans have been foiled.
What the?
If Plankton has to rebuild this place every time it goes boom, which is a reasonable assumption since it always comes back, that would cost money. He has some pretty complicated machine stuff in here with Karen and everything, especially in the early seasons before she stopped being stationary on the wall.
Brace yourself, SpongeBob. This is my lab. And this is my laboratory.
Just the amount of electricity that you would have to run all of this stuff is gonna be crazy. I don't even think the customers Plankton gets over the course of the show would cover his electricity bill. Plankton also builds robots and inventions and stuff in every other appearance of his, and they also often get destroyed or like even kept by crabs in the Krusty Krab. And we have actually seen him sell his inventions to get money before, so that could be like a reasonable explanation, to be honest, to how he's not completely ruined and homeless by now. I don't know how much Chum would cost to produce, but even if Plankton almost never can sell it, he sure produces a lot. Now Chum is dead fish, so he could be getting it in some cheap, immoral way, which I kinda hope, since otherwise this might cost even more than the electricity. Plankton gives out free Chum samples in a pretty smart plan, pretending it's Krabby Patties to ruin its name in free samples. And we find out in the season 13 episode Chums that Plankton flushes all of his unsold chum down into the sewers, where it later mutates into sentient beings.
You create us when you flush chum into sewer from your upside domain.
You mean the Chum Bucket?
Yes.
This means that pretty much all of the chum we see in the show is at least somewhat freshly produced, and it's not just him having a stash.
You know, it's remarkable how Chum goes bad every week right on time.
And in other episodes we see Plankton with crazy amounts of this shit, having to hide chum since it has gotten rotten in Plankton's old chum.
Guess I've gone to this well once too often.
Going into this video, I thought there was absolutely no way that Plankton would be able to afford any of the stuff in the Chum Bucket, but I was kinda surprised by how many episodes he's actually making his restaurant successful in, if only for a short time. I would still say we have seen him spend way more on failed plans than one rush of customers every other season could finance, but he at least has had some income in the show. When you think of the Krusty Krab, you probably think of Spongebob being there and cooking up Krabby Patties, but what about the countless episodes where Spongebob is not at the Krusty Krab? Does the restaurant close on certain days, or is there someone else working there when Spongebob isn't? So we know who worked the grill at the Krusty Krab before Spongebob was hired, since we find out some Krusty Krab lore in the season 5 episode, The Original Fry Cook.
Well, I'll be cooked in butter. It's Jim, the original fry cook.
Crabs!
The Jim? He who flipped Krabby Patties in the before time?
Jim used to cook patties before Spongebob. However, that doesn't answer our question, since we need to know about current day Bikini Bottom. I had a theory that every episode where we can see Spongebob just being on Conch Street or somewhere else during daytime was taking place on a Sunday, and the Krusty Krab was closed on Sundays.
I came to make sure you don't oversleep and miss work.
Oh, gee, SpongeBob, that's very thoughtful of you.
My pleasure, Squidward. That's what good neighbors are for.
You did overlook one teensy little detail, however.
What's that, Squidward?
It's Sunday!
But there's plenty of things going against this theory. First of all, there is absolutely no way Krabs would have the restaurant closed any day of the week.
Open 24 hours, eh? I knew he couldn't resist staying open later than me. My evil plan is working perfectly. He'll run his employees into the ground.
And this is not the only time either. Back in the season 2 episode Graveyard Shift, Krabs introduced the night shift.
Money? You mean if we stayed open later, you'd give us your money?
Sure.
Mr. Squidward, welcome to the night shift. From now on, the Krusty Krab is open 24 hours a day.
And this night shift comes back many episodes later in the season 11 episode The Night Patty.
Tell him yourself, sweetie.
You got a visitor! Come on back! Hey there, night feeders!
Here we got a whole other crew that works the night shift at the Krusty Krab, which, yes, of course, includes Nosferatu.
Hey, boss! Can this little fella here take over my shift tonight?
However, this episode should probably not be considered as canon since it ends like this.
Case history of a fry cook who wanted a late night snack but ended up in the fry vat of doubt. Mr. SquarePants will never know he has worked a shift in the tidal zone.
This episode being part of the tidal zone means that, yeah, it's not canon, so it doesn't really help us. The same goes for Welcome to the Bikini Bottom Triangle in season 7.
Mr. Krabs? Pearl, what are you doing here?
Oh, nothing, SpongeBob. Just trying to juggle schoolwork, having a social life, and running the family business, that's all.
Drama queen.
Here, Pearl cooks Krabby Patties for just kinda no reason, and then in the ending, this random captain guy cooks patties as well.
Actually, the name's Charles. I figured I'd hold down the fort for you while you were gone. So, you've been the one making Krabby Patties? Yep, all me.
We have seen the Krusty Krab running without Squidward before in Nasty Patty, where it's just SpongeBob and Krabs working.
Wash your hands, clean the floors, change your underwear. The health inspector's here. If he finds one health violation, he'll close us down for good. We've got to do everything in our power to make sure he passes the Krusty Krab.
In this episode there is no one at the register and SpongeBob serves the food with no Squidward in sight.
Diabolical Krabby Patty ever spawned.
I call it the Nasty Patty.
Hey! Hurry up with that patty!
Here you are, sir, enjoy.
And we have also seen the Krusty Krab running without SpongeBob in the season 2 episode Your Shoes Untied.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Oh no, I can't let Patrick see I still haven't tied my shoes.
Here both Patrick and another customer got Krabby Patties already, even though SpongeBob ain't even started yet.
Oh, barnacles. Maybe I should just lay here.
Those patties aren't gonna cook themselves, SpongeBob.
And then in Bubble Buddy, also in season 2, SpongeBob walks in to the Krusty Krab, which is already open, with customers already eating Krabby Patties.
Don't be shy. Come on.
Please, come again. When I'm not working. Next.
Hi, Squidward.
How am I supposed to enjoy your day off if you come to work anyway?
SpongeBob orders Krabby Patties for Bubble Buddy, and someone other than SpongeBob makes them, and then we see this.
And Squidward, the ketchup should be under the patty. And Squidward, the pickle should be on the left side. And Squidward, you should... And Squidward, and Squidward, and Squidward, and Squidward.
Here, one of everything. No cheese, no crust, pickles to the left, 4 squirts of ketchup, wheat buns, non-dairy lettuce.
Could Squidward be working double, both manning the register and cooking patties when SpongeBob isn't there? Well, we have seen Squidward make Krabby Patties before to very mixed results. Now, there is Employee of the Month in season 1 where he kinda goes crazy alongside SpongeBob.
Faster, SpongeBob, faster!
There's nothing to this patty flipping, Mr. Krabs. I'll easily double your output, Sponge Hog.
Boys, boys, boys!
In Breath of Fresh Squidward, after Squidward gets shocked into a personality change, he is shown to be on a similar level as SpongeBob.
you'd never be up to it.
SpongeBob, what are you doing with those patties?
Oh, these are no good, Mr. Krabs. Squidward made them.
They look okay to me.
But he's not a real fry cook.
He is now. Give him an apron and put him to work.
In super evil aquatic villain team up is Go, dumbass title. Squidward serves Krabby Patties to Man Ray and Plankton while SpongeBob is running around the other side of town.
SpongeBob, where have you been? I've been covering for you on the grill for the past 3 hours. My arm feels like it's gonna snap in half.
But in other attempts, the result of Squidward cooking Krabby Patties, it looks a lot more like what happens in Pickles.
Patties are done.
He burnt my fries.
He burnt my shake.
It just depends on the plot. When SpongeBob leaves or is fired or something, Squidward can't make Krabby Patties and they need SpongeBob back.
I gotta get SpongeBob back. I gotta get SpongeBob back.
And when SpongeBob goes to the Krusty Krab and someone else needs to make Krabby Patties for plot convenience, Squidward knows how to make Krabby Patties. In Season 5's Friend or Foe, we find out the backstory behind the Krabby Patty secret formula.
Well, that's ruined. But no use letting this go to waste. These kids will eat anything. I've done it. I discovered the perfect patty batter.
Krabs came up with the recipe, so he would obviously know how to make patties in like present day, unless he forgot. It would also make sense with how Jim quit seemingly a while before Help Wanted took place. Unless the restaurant was closed or someone else was hired in between Jim and SpongeBob, Krabs or Squidward was probably manning the grill and getting tired of it, so Krabs put up the Help Wanted sign.
Help me fit these patties. We've got growling stomachs out there.
No, 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 no.
Then would it be too much trouble to ask His High-End Mightiness to take these patties out to the customers? Oh, if only SpongeBob were here.
But we have actually seen someone else cook Krabby Patties at the Krusty Krab, presumably between Jim and SpongeBob, in Truth or Square in Season 6.
Good morning, not SpongeBob.
This guy has, to my knowledge, not appeared in any other episode of the show. Now, this scene pretty much serves the same purpose as the flashbacks in the original Fry Cook. And if this show had any type of continuity, they would have just used Jim in the flashback. But they used 2 different characters in 2 different flashbacks, so I'm gonna have to look at it from that perspective. This looks much more recent compared to the flashbacks in the original Fry Cook, so my headcanon is that not SpongeBob, this guy, was hired at the Krusty Krab after Jim quit, and then also he quit the Krusty Krab, so the Help Wanted sign went up. This guy seemingly could cook Krabby Patties, so he probably quit on his own accord and wasn't fired. Now, he don't work there anymore of course, and for present day, Krabs or Squidward just stepping in every time SpongeBob is late or off work is possible, but there is another explanation presented by the Season 3 episode Just One Bite.
Holy shrimp! I don't know where to start. But all that matters is that it's just you.
There is a big ass patty vault in the Krusty Krab. When SpongeBob isn't at work, Krabs could just be making like Squidward serve these. The patties aren't even frozen, so I have no idea how this works. We have seen before how fast SpongeBob can make Krabby Patties, so maybe he just stashes up the night before he gets a day off. Now you might say that with them not even being frozen, this would make them not very fresh the next day, and I would say that it's Krabs. It's Mr. Krabs. We are not putting anything past bro, like 1 day old Krabby Patties, he's serving that shit.
First of all, congratulations, Mr. Krabs.
Hello, I like money.
what inspired you to build a second Krusty Krab right next door to the original?
Money!
I don't really see why the Patty Vault would exist, unless it's for when Spongebob ain't there, cause yet again, when he works fast. So there are a few possible answers we got here to the question of who works the grill when Spongebob is gone. Number 1, Squidward cooked Krabby Patties to his best abilities. Number 2, Krabs cooks them as he was the one that made the recipe in the first place. Or number 3, they have a stash in the Patty Vaults. Y'all let me know down in the comments which one you think is more plausible. So Squidward has expressed multiple times how much he hates SpongeBob, and whether you think that's true or not, we can agree that at least SpongeBob annoys him a lot. But does Patrick? Is Patrick the lesser of two evils to Squidward, or is he even worse? Squidward disliking SpongeBob is a well documented thing in the show. It starts all the way back in Help Wanted, where he runs inside the Krusty Krab to make sure that SpongeBob does not get the job there.
SpongeBob, what could he possibly want?
Go, SpongeBob! Go, SpongeBob! Go, Self! Ah!
Mr. Krabs! Hurry, Mr. Krabs, before it's too late. I gotta tell you about this.
Permission to come aboard, Captain!
But Patrick annoying Squidward, I would argue, is a bit more complex. So there are two types of Squidward and Patrick interactions. There are the ones where they interact directly.
But you two seem to be forgetting who the real winner will be. My snail.
Patrick, that's a rock.
Yeah, thanks, I know. He's got nerves of steel.
Hey, what are you standing on anyway?
And there are the ones where Patrick hangs with SpongeBob and Squidward basically addresses the two at the same time, or just ignores Patrick and talks to SpongeBob.
Yes, I was! You call yourselves good neighbors? You're the worst neighbors ever! You don't deserve to wear those fezzes!
And this second type of interaction is by far the most common. Like, just trying to look at Squidward torture episodes and stuff for this makes you realize how much time Squidward either screams
SpongeBob, Patrick, do you mind?
or only screams SpongeBob's name. The first real interaction between Patrick and Squidward is in Naughty Nautical Neighbors in Season 1.
Yeah, Patrick, we're friends. Just friends.
So what are we gonna do tonight, best friend?
Patrick saves Squidward's life, and then they play music at Squidward's house.
Solitude in E minor.
Yeah, E minor, alright, yeah!
Squidward is visibly annoyed by Patrick falling asleep and throws him out. He doesn't kick him out like he does with SpongeBob later, just dragging him out. In this episode, I would argue that he definitely sees Patrick as a lesser evil to SpongeBob. Their next interaction is in Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost.
Hey, Patrick, do you know what time it is?
Yeah, Squidward, it's...
Time to find some other game to play!
Squid makes fun of Patrick a little bit, and then he is back to addressing them as you two.
What are you doing here? Well, are you two gonna say something, or do I have to...
Oh, stay back!
What is the matter with you two?
Reinforcing the idea that he doesn't really care about Patrick. Then Patrick throws a watermelon in Squid's face.
One watermelon fresh from the manure field, your spookiness.
Then Squid sends Pat away so he can torture SpongeBob more.
SpongeBob, get over here. Now spin around. That's better. Now jog in place. Say flank steak.
Flank steak.
I think I'm beginning to like this.
Notice how it's once again SpongeBob getting the harder punishment from Squidward here, while he just gets Patrick to go away. I mean, he throws a pie in his face, but to be honest, that's just payback for the watermelon, and Patrick probably liked that as well. In Fools in April, Patrick and Squidward interact for a short bit.
Because I'm about to tell you that I'm... What? Patrick! What are you doing here?
Digging.
Why are you wearing that hat?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
It's basically a normal, damn, that was hard to say. A normal conversation with Squidward being annoyed, which is pretty common for their one-on-one interactions. Patrick is even dumber than Spongebob, so a lot of Squidward's irritation with Patrick comes from him being stupid.
Where's SpongeBob?
He's in the house. He's impressed.
With what?
I don't know, but it must have been pretty good to make him cry like that.
Oh.
Squidward admits later in the episode that he actually likes Patrick along with Spongebob and other people.
SpongeBob, I like you. I like living next door. I like hearing your foghorn alarm in the morning and your high-pitched giggling at night. I also like Gary, Patrick, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, and all the other people I'm forced to be in contact with.
Squid's Day Off is actually one of the most important episodes for this video, since we see Squidward's view of SpongeBob and Patrick in it.
Hey, SpongeBob!
Hey, Patrick!
Hey, SpongeBob, could you give me change for a quarter?
No problem! Here you go!
Thanks.
I forgot to tell him how to make change! Oh.
Notice how it's SpongeBob who is the stupidest one here, while Patrick is pretty much just his normal self. I mean, you don't have to use your imagination to make him stupid, but it's still important that this is how Squidward portrays them in his head. In Krusty Krab training video, Patrick annoys Squidward by being slow with ordering and slow in general.
Why don't you just order a Krabby Patty?
Great idea, Squidward. One Krabby Patty, please.
Is that for here or to go?
This is a completely reasonable reaction, by the way. I would be pissed. In Squilliam Returns, Squidward hires Patrick, but this is as his last option, so it doesn't really mean much.
Beggars can't be choosers. Can you take hats in a dignified and sophisticated manner?
You mean like a weenie? Okay. May I take your hat, sir? May I take your hat, sir? May I...
Alright, I've heard enough. You've got the job.
In the Great Snail Race, he angrily corrects Patrick.
Property of Squidward tent poles.
That's tennis balls! Tentacles! Come on, Snelly.
When Patrick gives him the trophy, he first thanks him, but then gets angry again.
Don't worry, Squidward. I know how much you wanted to win, so I had the trophy engraved to you.
Gosh, Patrick, thanks. The first place snail racing cup presented to Squidward. Tortellini!
It's important to mention jellyfishing, where we firstly, of course, have Patrick absolutely obliterating Squidward's hand.
Firmly grasp it!
But in this episode, Squidward also don't remember Patrick's name.
I can't think of anything I'd love to do more on my day off than go jellyfishing with my two best friends, SpongeBob and...
Patrick.
Right.
And while this is something I was interested in for timeline reasons, it also means that Squidward can't really be thinking about Patrick too much. In comparison, Squidward thinks about SpongeBob way too much, like being mega paranoid and terrified of him, ruining his day and stuff.
To stay here and enjoy myself. I'm not even gonna think about you-know-who at the you-know-what doing I don't care.
In at least 3 episodes, Squidward takes a liking to Patrick after something changes his personality. Whether it be him becoming really smart.
I had no idea you were so knowledgeable, Patrick. Do you think you could be my musical mentor?
Really sophisticated.
Patrick! Patrick Star, I am very proud of what you did in there. You know, that beard was the best thing that's ever happened to you. Well, other than me, of course.
Or really, like Squidward. Basically what Squidward wants to be, and these don't count cause it's not Patrick. Squidward even likes Spongebob for a little while, when he changes in Not Normal.
Hi, how are you?
I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but please come in, SpongeBob.
It is also important to note that while Spongebob's annoyance to Squidward is unintentional as he thinks they are friends, Patrick just kinda don't care.
And stop stepping in my potato salad!
Hey, guys!
Stop pushing me, Patrick!
You mean like this?
No, like this.
You shouldn't fight in here! This is a magical place.
Patrick, get off of me!
Patrick, like, fights Squidward in a well, he scares him for his ink.
I'll just have to scare the ink out of him!
And laughs at Squidward getting beaten up by Doodlebob in Frankendoodle.
He's beating up Squidward!
And of course we can't forget about him not only being aware that that's what they are doing, but even being happy about ruining Squidward's day in Home Sweet Pineapple.
Is it time already to ruin Squid's day? SpongeBob, don't start without me!
Now this is how Patrick views Squidward and not the other way around, but realistically Squidward would dislike Patrick more cause Patrick seems to kinda dislike him, whereas SpongeBob likes Squidward and is just like autistic. I don't know, can I say that? It's canon. From what I can tell, Squidward almost always views Patrick as the lesser of two evils, with him being more stupid than annoying compared to SpongeBob. When SpongeBob and Patrick is together, he gets very annoyed with both of them, but focuses his attention on SpongeBob, so I think he just don't really care about Patrick in general, since he don't annoy him as often as, like, SpongeBob when he's on his own. Bro sleeps all day if SpongeBob isn't there, so that would probably just make Squidward even more annoyed by SpongeBob, as he like comes home and wakes up Patrick to go annoy Squidward. I promised y'all more SpongeBob lore, and so today we're gonna be diving into Glove World, taking a look at the whole theme park with every appearance and every ride we see in the entire show. The first time we see Glove World is in the Season 1 episode Rock Bottom, where SpongeBob and Patrick are standing outside it waiting for the bus home.
Another fantastic day at Glove World.
This is all we see of the exterior in this episode, but it gives us a good view of Glove World. We got a roller coaster, a Ferris wheel, a spinning chairs, or in this case glove thing, and this thing, which I don't know what it's called. It looks super charming, like I love how the gloves are such a central theme here. And on the bus, SpongeBob and Patrick shows us some of the stuff they bought at Glove World.
Here's my glove light. I see you.
I got gloves for my glove action figure.
To get a real good look at Glove World, we actually gotta jump 4 seasons forward. Yeah, after Rock Bottom in Season 1, Glove World isn't even mentioned again until Season 5, and it appears in Roller Cowards. Actually, this first scene is just SpongeBob's visualization of Glove World in his nightmare, as he is super afraid to ride the fiery fist of pain. But later in the episode they actually go there.
That sure looks like fun.
It looks pretty similar. We still got the glove Ferris wheel, but now since the Fiery Fist of Pain has opened, it has replaced the old smaller roller coaster and now covers most of the exterior.
Tickets, please.
No ticket. I must have left it at home.
I swallowed my ticket.
But here we also got a more advanced entrance. In Rock Bottom it looked more like you could just walk inside. Here they have a real entrance with a worker and this thing. Be prepared for a lot of me saying this thing in this video, since I don't know the names of a lot of stuff, even though I can recognize what it is.
It sure was lucky we found our tickets.
Yeah, bad luck. I mean good luck. Very good luck.
Glove World has a lot of these circus or carnival tents, which we, at least not yet, know what's inside of, but we get a new ride.
I mean, the mitten.
That ride's for babies.
Yeah.
The mitten is technically the sixth attraction number 6 we see at Glove World if we count the 4 from Rock Bottom, and although those were not seen from the outside anymore when SpongeBob and Patrick went there, we did see them in SpongeBob's Nightmare earlier in the episode. Actually, here we got one additional Glove World attraction with this new spinning thing. After riding the mitten in Roller Cowards, SpongeBob and Patrick go to get ice cream, and Patrick fights a mirror.
Yeah! I thought we settled this the last time!
Ow, quit it! Ow, quit it! Ow, quit it! Ow, quit it!
After this, we get a good look at the fiery Fist of Pain as Patrick and SpongeBob go to ride it.
There. Now if you could just sign this release absolving Glove World in case of accidental spine loss.
There is a giant sign outside and you walk inside a house-shaped thing to get on the ride.
Patrick, I don't want to face my fears! I'm afraid of them!
This ride is huge and even goes as far up as to the surface. However, the next time we see Glove World, in the Season 7 episode Tunnel of Glove, the Fist of Pain is gone and the smaller roller coaster from Rock Bottom is back. Leading me to view the fiery Fist of Pain as a temporary ride at Glove World, which makes sense with how much hype it had. A lot of other rides are missing as well. We can't see any of the spinning things from both Rock Bottom and SpongeBob's Dream in Roller Cowards. Even the Ferris wheel is not here now, but we do see it from the inside. We also see a game booth here, which is new, as well as a lot of closed tents as usual. And there is also of course the new ride, that's the focus of this episode.
The line for Tunnel of Glove is filling up! This is gonna be so totally like fun!
Hey, Pearl!
After Patrick goes to eat some cotton candy from a booth just for that, and the others go inside the Tunnel of Glove.
Next.
Come on, Pearl!
Sorry, only 2 per car. You'll have to wait for the next car. Any single riders, come to the front.
SpongeBob, happy as ever to be on a date with his boss's minor daughter, goes to the front and gets in with Pearl.
Don't even look at me! Boring!
The Tunnel of Glove is really long, and it gets even longer when the ride gets stuck and we see Patrick eating and reacting to the news.
At this time, survival looks bleak for the little yellow sponge.
No! This is my worst nightmare! I don't have a drink!
Hey, doofus!
Huh?
Patrick goes to the Glove World power plant to get inside and help his friend, and this gives us some important Glove World lore.
Congratulations! You have found your friend! Oh, SpongeBob is right behind this door! I'm coming to get you, buddy!
Inside is a suspiciously sponge-shaped mechanism which Patrick rips off, causing stuff to explode and turn the lights off inside the tunnel.
You find it funny to lock up my friend? Hey, I am talking towards you!
Did you see the dimwit who ripped this apart?
I unfortunately have no idea who that dullard is.
Next, Patrick sits on a lever which turns the ride into super fast mode and has the two enter a new area.
Okay, I think I heard you. I will not sit on anything else. I'll just gingerly lean on this wall. Huh?
Lots of interesting levers and buttons on this place. This turns the ride into Five Nights at Freddy's, which is kinda creepy honestly.
Look, Pearl! A sweet, adorable cherub!
Next, Patrick breaks yet another thing by going on the toilet in the Glove World pumping station, which does this. This ride, similarly to the Fiery Fist of Pain, never returns, and the next Glove World appearance is actually supposedly the last one. Exterior shows the turning gloves, this thing, and either the Fiery Fist of Pain or the normal roller coaster, since we can't see the top of it. Definitely looks like the normal one though. It does not seem wide enough to be the Fiery Fist of Pain. When it cuts out later, we can see it's definitely the normal roller coaster, but we also got another roller coaster to our right, which is definitely new. Glove World looks a lot wider here than usual, which makes sense with how this episode is about to show us a whole bunch of new rides. The drop is really high. Not quite as high as the Fiery Fist of Pain, but maybe even more dangerous in its current state, as we see here. As it rolls, we again get a look at more stuff in the background and foreground, including another pyramid, whatever this brown thing is, and a couple space rockets. There is a radio cart area, which has way too many carts. To be honest, that one is a lot more fixable than the rides. That you're just scamming people with a fake mirror, and next Patrick becomes the glove mascot, which is funny since he was really scared of it a couple appearances ago. Dan's here, and also hilariously Nat, who was a lot more excited about visiting the park 30 seconds ago than he is working now. He has worked here before. He called it a swing ride, so I am confident in saying that now as well. Still don't know how to distinguish it from the other one we saw though. And we get yet another new ride with this small carousel. Or have we seen that one before? Wait, let me go check. So this episode is that we actually get a new and improved Glove World called the Glove Universe. Oh man, I can't wait to explore that in the episode we got left. Yeah. Glove World just appears again in episodes after this, and we never see Glove Universe again. Which sucks, since the plot twist could have been something permanent to introduce something a bit new but still consistent. But this is Spongebob, so we do get to see it a bit in a video game, which is cool though. Next we got Don't Wake Patrick in Season 10. Here the exterior of Glove World looks way smaller than its last appearance, and the only rides we see is the small roller coaster and the swing ride. This means that we now got a name for the normal roller coaster, which is the Neckbreaker. Next we got a real quick appearance in the beginning of the season 11 episode, The Night Patty.
We're closed.
Even fewer visible rides than usual. This thing on our left of the Glove World entrance should be the small spinning chairs thing that we have seen in earlier episodes though. In the season 12 episode Gary and Spot, this animal catcher guy goes on a date with his slime-made girlfriend, don't ask, and they go on presumably the neckbreaker. And later, when they get a caricature drawn, we for some reason have a not glove-shaped Ferris wheel behind them. They forgot what the place is called, I guess. It's season 12, so makes sense. Speaking of season 12, we got more Glove World appearances in this season, with the Ballad of Filthy Muck having Spongebob and Filthy Muck, who's a pile of dirt, going on what I, yet again, presume is the neckbreaker. Then in SpongeBob's Bad Habit we get a look at a more glovey Glove World, but it's only for short as it's season 12 and it's Freakbob who's here.
We've got a nail biter in Pinky Land.
This episode is fucking garbage. The exterior in this one looks very similar to how it looked like in The Night Patty, with only the spinning chairs thing visible except for the roller coaster. Next, in season 12 we got the episode Handemonium, where Plankton turns his giant glove on top of the Chum Bucket into a living creature, or at least a robot, which ends up at Glove World. We see the usual rides here, and a booth named Swag, because season 12, and then a short-lived ice cream stand. Then that stupid Ferris wheel without gloves, like, why is it here? You already have the model for it. We see the carousel as well, and then we're on to the next episode, which is the most important one when it comes to the lore of Glove World. Escape from Beneath Glove World already starts with a new ride called Catch Me, which Patrick and SpongeBob go on a lot of times. Then we get another new attraction with the Glove World Theater, where the two watch a presentation by what's bro called? Hieronymus Glove.
Glove World is a subsidiary of Finger Fun Industries, all rights reserved.
This guy is the creator and spokesman of Glove World, and he sings an ad of gloves.
If you want complete knuckle protection when you stick your hand inside a block of cheese.
Why be better? Next, Sponge and Pat go up on stage to meet a Hieronymus Glove, only to find some stuff out.
I'm here every weekend. I'm throwing up. I need repair.
He is a robot, which tracks with what happened back in Tunnel of Glove. Yet again, it's Patrick causing this stuff, and he decapitates Hieronymus Glove.
Stupid! Shut up!
Patrick and SpongeBob are arrested by the Glove World police, who tell them that the real Hieronymus Glove has been frozen in ice for decades. We get to see Glove World Jail with lots of cells and small gloves who close the door on the two as they lay on gloves. We are getting so much lore right now. They find a small kid and then a bigger group of kids who have been arrested for various stuff. The small kid runs away, so now they have to escape to get him, and we see what's going on with the animatronic inside his room. The animatronic watches Patrick kill him and swears to get his ass, and we see the fugitives inside the very futuristic looking corridor with scientists that they follow.
Love testing?
They watch as unspeakable horrors are performed on a test subject and then get armored up to go inside the guard glove training.
Aw, they must smell Gary.
They look horrifying actually, that's an uncanny design. One guy is even dragged inside with them.
Sock World, the eighth wonder of the seven seas.
Gonna have the same fate as Glove Universe. Actually, Freakbob would probably prefer this one.
These sock coasters are like... Wow!
Unfortunately, he can't quite get to smell the dirty socks before the kid runs away again to become the animatronic.
Oh, Robot Mark!
The head of, I forgot his name again, hydrodynamic glove, starts chasing them down and sabotages the security system. They get machine washed and then they sink down into Sock World. This is kinda irrelevant at this point. I'm here for gloves, not socks, so to try and not make this video like an hour, let's move on to season 13, which has our last couple Glove World appearances. In Say Aw, Spongebob is chased by Plankton's giant robot bird. Lots of robots in this video, and he runs to Glove World.
Hey, you need to buy a ticket!
Very familiar exterior by now. Modern Spongebob really likes using this design. Now we got a ticket booth outside though. Not much new here, the roller coaster of course, and then a gift shop and the dead end attraction.
A dead end ride? That doesn't seem very glove themed.
Spongebob gets eaten, so no more Glove World for him, but when everybody escapes, it's inside the Glove World, so we see some more of it later in the episode. The gloves are finally back on the Ferris wheel, and we see a new attraction with the glove launch, which includes the robots. Then we see Glove World for a really quick scene in Ma and Pa's Big Hurrah, but it's a cool looking scene since it's at night. And then we finally have Fun Believable, where after a plane fighting scene, two helicopters containing the interesting combination of characters Rube, Perch Perkins' mom, and the chocolate lady crash into the roller coaster. And that's it for Glove World. To my knowledge, these are all of its appearances, and with that we have a lot of rides, like a lot of episode specific ones, but some of them have been here all the way from the beginning, which I always like to see. There is something special about SpongeBob's atmosphere. Wait, I've talked about this already. Now, I'm not talking about the underwater aesthetic of season 1, but the Hawaiian aesthetic of the show that makes it so cozy and calming. So there are basically two main aesthetics in SpongeBob, with one being Hawaiian and one being nautical. I thought I was really smart by identifying these two, but then I saw that like everyone had figured this out as well. I think both of these aesthetics are great, and I want to talk about the nautical pirate vibe of the show in the future, but today it's Hawaii time. There is really no better place to start than with the music of the show. SpongeBob has used Hawaiian music ever since the beginning, and it was also original Hawaiian tracks made long before the show. Shout out to Greg Cubed, his video on this topic is great. Having these Hawaiian background tracks playing since the earliest episodes helped set the tone of the show. There is a reason the background tracks I'm using in my videos are Hawaiian tracks. I mean, they do slap on their own, but in my opinion, they just add to the atmosphere of it being a Spongebob video. Because for me, and probably many other fans of the show, it's Spongebob that comes to mind when I hear Hawaiian music. And that's cause we had many of these absolute banger tracks in the early seasons that helped create the atmosphere we all came to love.
Gotta be in top physical condition for today, Gary.
Like I said, my usual background tracks are Hawaiian tracks, but not from the show because of copyrights. However, for this video I'm gonna try to play some from the show. I got a Spotify playlist with my favorite Spongebob background tracks that I put on sometimes. It's a nice palette cleanser from my Youngboy playlist. The Hawaiian vibe is at its peak in season 1, which fittingly has the strongest underwater vibe of the whole show. I talked about this season just having the perfect atmosphere, but I have bad memory and I don't want to watch my older videos because I'm scared of YouTube thinking I'm viewbotting. So I'm just gonna guess what I said in that video. Probably something about atmosphere and Spongebob. Season 1 has a lot of just beautiful shots that go perfectly with the Hawaiian music that was used a lot more back then. These tracks were common in the earlier seasons, but as the show changed, the music changed accordingly, and we don't really get bops like this in later seasons. But to say that the later seasons don't have the Hawaiian aesthetic at all would be a lie, since we have Enchanted Tiki Dreams in season 7. While season 7 certainly don't use as many of the Hawaiian tracks, the second half of this episode is probably the most Hawaiian the show has ever been.
It's beautiful.
The music here is on point. It's a song that we have heard in the show before, first appearing times before disappearing for 8 years, and it's been a while since we've seen it again in the main show. This was an episode I never saw as a kid. I only grew up with the first 6 seasons, but I distinctly remember watching this episode on an airplane, still many years ago, like I was still a kid, but less of a kid. It was at a time after I had stopped watching the show, so it was probably like the first episode I had seen in a long while. And I remember thinking it was a nice episode, and that's kind of good because this is a season 7 episode, and as some of y'all might know, season 7 is not exactly peak Spongebob. Now the first half of this episode might be a bit rough, but just the vibe of the Tiki Land in the second half is amazing. Add to this the fact that Spongebob and Patrick are trying to give their friend this cool vacation, which is something that feels a lot like the early seasons where the Hawaiian aesthetic was more present. It just becomes a feel-good episode that adds to the experience of this Hawaiian vibe, atmosphere, aesthetic. I don't know, I'm using the 3 words like kind of congruently, but I mean they symbolize the same thing. It's like the whole vibe of the show.
Hit it, boys! Welcome to Squidward's Tiki Land.
This song is fire. It goes on for a while as Squidward is just so happy, even dancing with Spongebob and Patrick, which unfortunately results in Patrick knocking over stuff and destroying the entire Tiki Land.
Hi! know how to make it last!
Not the nicest ending, but Squidward is still happy in the end, which still means something, I guess. But those minutes in the actual Tiki Land felt like going back to at least the atmosphere of the earlier seasons, if just for a moment.
Here in Squidward's Tiki Land.
This is the life.
The earlier seasons, especially season 1, were more relaxed than the seasons that came after them. This just wouldn't work in a modern episode because it's such a different show. Squidward's house is obviously an Eastern Island head, and while I'm not sure if Eastern Island is Hawaii, it's very fitting for the Hawaiian aesthetic. When it comes to buildings, it's not just Squidward's house that gives that vibe, but we also got the Reef, which is the cinema in Bikini Bottom. This place has this great tiki interior, both in the cinema itself, but also in the other area.
Look how happy it makes everybody!
Well, it does attract a lot of attention.
I know! People just can't keep their eyes off of me!
Neither can I, SpongeBob.
I don't know what you call this part of a cinema, like the lounge, maybe? Anyways, I love it. In this scene especially.
They all ran away, Patrick.
I bet there's no line at the snack bar. Hello? Hello? They must be on break.
The entrances to the movie salons are just perfect and fit so well. Even the toilets in this place got a similar vibe with the flower clouds on the ceiling.
I'm out of soap. Could I borrow?
Stay back!
I just want some.
Here's my money! Take it and go away!
My hands aren't that dirty.
And we of course can't forget the actual flower clouds in the show, which just added so much to the atmosphere. The beginning of SP129 perfectly exemplifies how well the music works in season 1.
It is Sunday morning in Bikini Bottom, and it is about time for Squidward to practice his clarinet. So get your earplugs ready.
This just looks beautiful, and the visuals are enhanced by the beautiful Hawaiian track playing in the background. Another mid-era Spongebob episode that has a strong Hawaiian vibe is SpongeBob SquarePants vs. the Big One in season 6.
Hold you!
What?
After a big wave hits Goo Lagoon, where the Krusty crew were serving Krabby Patties, they are taken here.
Guys, look!
I like a lot of the music in this episode, and with how much sand and seaweed and stuff is in this, it makes sense to use more underwater feeling tracks, like compared to the more goofy tracks that they tended to use more and more as the show went on.
I'll make a beeline for the tree line. I just can't wait to get back in the world.
This is another very calming episode. Or I don't know about episode, but this part is relaxing at least. Also, Johnny Depp guest stars in this special to say like 5 lines.
You obviously didn't stare into the fire all night like your friends over there. Those dudes are gonna make awesome surfers.
But yeah, except for a couple episodes, they really dropped the Hawaiian aesthetic after the first few seasons. And it's kinda sad, but I get it. Like, listen to how a season 14 episode sounds, and you will hear why you can't really have calm Hawaiian tracks playing in the background. So, I promised more SpongeBob lore content this year, and I've been kinda slacking, but today we're back to take a look at the Bikini Bottom jail. The Bikini Bottom jail first appears in the season 1 episode Hall Monitor, where Mrs. Puff is sent to jail at the end of the episode.
And SpongeBob?
Yes, Mrs. Puff?
I'd like to see you after class. 6 months from now.
But in season 2, we get the first look at the actual building as SpongeBob visits Mrs. Puff, who's again in jail at the end of No Free Rides.
You're the only teacher for this student. And besides, the warden says she'll let you go early if you do her a favor.
What's that?
Free driving lessons!
Now, moving on to season 3, we got Doing Time, which is gonna tell us a lot, since it's an episode that almost entirely takes place in the jail.
Straighten you out! This'll fix you! Now let's get that one!
Barnacles, did you see that?
Yeah, that guy had no front license plate. Let's get him!
After SpongeBob has gone on a full terrorist drive, destroying like half of a Bikini Bottom, Mrs. Puff, yet again, goes to jail.
But I don't belong here! It's all a big mistake! Yeah, I don't belong here either! Me too! I'm innocent! I belong here!
So back in Hall Monitor, we didn't see anything in the cell, just a bench behind Puff, but here we get a good view of her cell.
Okay, you can do this, Puff. You can get through this without losing your sanity. Oh, that's a road we don't want to go down again.
She has a different cell now, since it got more bars and obviously a lot more inside the actual cell. We got a bed, a toilet, a sink with like a mirror over it, and a window.
No more SpongeBob, no more insurance payments, no more SpongeBob, no more SpongeBob, no more SpongeBob, no more SpongeBob!
We also get another view of the exterior, now at night, and it's looking pretty similar to last season, although it looks to have been like mirrored, so now the chain is on the other side. In this little montage of Puff being happy in jail, we see some of the chores that the inmates do. In this room, they, I guess, print stuff, like I don't know what these cards are supposed to be. Then you can work out outside and also work outside.
Put your back in it, girls!
Look, Patrick, there she is!
Next, we see a better look at the yard when SpongeBob and Patrick break in here as rocks. Not really a lot to see, there's just like a lot of rocks.
Guess it's time for you to go on kitchen duty.
Yes! It must be the heat. Yes.
Darn it! Okay, Patrick, let's get out of here. No way! There goes our deposit on these costumes.
But next we get a new room with the cafeteria where Mrs. Puff is working and serving soup.
There you are.
Hey there, Puff Mama. What's today's grub?
Hi, Donna. It's chilly, same as always. Let me get you some.
Mrs. Puff, it's me, SpongeBob.
This place is pretty big. Got like 4 pretty long tables and some very interesting looking windows. Like, how are you supposed to look out of that? That could mean that there are higher floors on, like, whatever rooms. What the fuck am I saying? That I have no idea. I completely lost the plot. The windows being higher could mean that there are floors that are higher, and on these floors there are other rooms that like have the view out of the window, because otherwise there's no way to see out. Like, you know, cells stacked on each other, so the 2 windows that we see here are from 2 different cells on different floors. After all, the ceiling is pretty high in the cafeteria, so it's possible.
For the last time, no! I'm not going with you, that's final! Oh.
Talking to inanimate objects again, huh, Puff? Get back to your cell.
There is also a kitchen behind this door that we sadly don't get to look at least not yet.
Solitary confinement! Oh, well, let's look at the positives again. I'm finally away from those two. Yes, all alone in my nice soft room.
Made of sponge.
We can't really use this episode for more lore, since Mrs. Puff has gone completely crazy at this point, and like right after this gets stuck in a time loop, so I doubt that this Spongebob room is actually in the jail. It's like 99% a figment of her imagination, I think. In the season 4 episode, Driven to Tears, for once it's Spongebob who goes to jail for a bit.
Oh, what the heck? 90 days!
One debt to society later.
SpongeBob's cell looks to be in a different part of the jail than Puff, since the wall looks completely different. His cell looks kinda empty as well, but we can't see the corners, so he probably got the same stuff in here that she had. Next in line to go to jail is Squidward in the season 5 episode Good Ol' What's His Name.
Only 364 days and 9 years left until I exchange this concrete tomb.
This cell is actually pretty different to Puff's cell in doing time. Squidward got a bench in here and even an almanac. I think that's what it's called.
Oh well, at least I'll have some peace and quiet for the next 10 years.
Hey Squidward! Or cheesy?
He got bunk beds as well instead of Puff's single bed, which makes sense since this is a double cell holding both Squidward and Patrick. This cell looks bigger as well, so I'm gonna go with the jail having different sized cells, depending on how many prisoners they're supposed to hold. Moving forward to season 6, we have Krabby Road, where we get probably the coolest portrayal of the jail.
And this is the maximum security level. Since this is your first day, I'll let you peek at our #1 inmate.
Nah, these guys got it bad. Look how small the cells are. Here I can actually see the corners, like, how can they even move?
He's too dangerous to let him around the other inmates.
Why? What'd he do, rob a bank?
Worse, he tried to steal the Krabby Patty formula.
Oh, okay.
This place is huge. The solitary cell is in some type of Death Star area with just a bridge and walls and nothing else. Wonder how far it is to the ground, like if you fall off.
So that's why we keep him behind these impenetrable 6-inch steel doors. Of course, it helps to lock it. He's gone! He's so small he could be anywhere!
The cell just kind of looks like the Doing Time cell, but we get a different one at the end of the episode.
Oh, no, you're not. We've got a special cell for you.
But I liked my old cell.
Then you're gonna love this one.
There's no time to waste, Plankton. We've only got 22 years to practice before our next gig.
He still has more place in there than the guys at the beginning of the episode. Next is shuffleboarding in the same season, where SpongeBob and Patrick just throw a bunch of people in here.
Let's take him to the slammer!
Patrick! Don't you think that's too harsh?
Too harsh? Explain.
Very empty cells. No beds or bunks, just a bench. This episode don't end well for the jail either.
Well, our work is done here.
It's like obligatory for every SpongeBob building to blow up at least once, so it had it coming. Next we got the season 7 episode Summer Job. Mrs. Puff is in this one, so the jail has to be as well.
One day down, 2,528 to go.
Nothing new with the exterior. It's a pretty consistent building on the outside at least. Her cell looks familiar as well with the 2 bunks we saw in Good Ol' What's His Name.
Puff. The judge says you have to go to traffic school.
Oh, wow! A driver's education class!
This teaching room is new, and it's definitely not just an old room remade, since the floor is different than the cafeteria, which up to this point is really the only other room of this size we have seen in here, so this room gotta be like permanent. And we're about to see a whole bunch of new stuff in the next episode, which is Jailbreak in Season 9.
Bikini Bottom Prison, home of the worst of the worst. And currently of that little miscreant, Plankton.
Here the security has been upped, we got new walls that look a lot more sturdy than the old ones, and there are also guards in the guard towers for once.
All inmates to A level. Come on!
This big room with all the cells looks kind of similar to both the room from Krabby Road and the one from Shuffleboarding. The cells are higher here though, and there's a second floor above, or at least like whatever this is called, like part of a floor, a ledge or something.
Hi, Karen. Look, Plankton. Karen came to visit.
Another room already. This one is pretty big as well. It got 7 phone booth thingies and 9 tables.
Gonna eat that?
The cafeteria has also been upgraded for this episode. Now there's not just a big ass can, and instead it's a whole serving thing, line thing. I'm really struggling this video because I haven't been to American prison yet, so I don't really know what anything is called.
Okay, gang, we need to bust out of this joint.
There's also some new stuff outside, weightlifting stuff that we've seen before, but it's like more stuff, and there's some games too. And the view outside continues when the prisoners break out later.
Whoa, whoa there! Why are you two out of your cells?
Reggie thinks this hanky smells like kelp berries.
I don't quite know where they are right now. It's clearly not the front doors, as they look completely different, so maybe there's like a back door or a side door.
Please, Plankton, hold it right there! Uh-oh.
In the same season we got the executive treatment, where Patrick goes to jail and we get a new room.
You have a visitor.
Here we see, I think, another phone room. It looks a lot smaller here, like it's a separate room he's in with only his phone, as opposed to like just these small booths, you know, so yeah, probably different room.
No, seriously, who are you?
In The Getaway, in Season 10, we mainly just see the outside a lot, with not much new.
What are you waiting for? Step on it!
You must be the new driving instructor.
But at the end of the episode, when Sticky Fins gets caught, he locks himself into solitary confinement, which is new, except for like the Spongebob cell, I guess.
It's not safe out there! Lock me away forever and ever!
In Season 11, we have the episode Cave Dwelling Sponge, where after getting framed, Spongebob goes to jail and we get the return of the phone room.
Why did you have to go not on company time, boyo?
This one looks a lot more like the original one than the one we see or saw in the executive treatment. We don't see tables here either, but I would go with this being the same room and the one from the executive treatment being a different one. On second thought, they all three look completely different, like completely, so I would say that all three are different rooms. So you have like is it called call centers? No, that's like that's something else. But the phone rooms are probably 3 different ones in 3 different parts of the prison, is what I would go with.
Squeaky, 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 squeaky! Local scientists now believe that the rampaging fry cook is actually a prehistoric cave sponge, once thought to be extinct.
And that's about it for the jail. There's a couple more appearances, but it's just the outside and Mrs. Puff being in a cell again very shortly, and we don't see much. So yeah, y'all know I have absolutely no idea how to end videos, so SpongeBob's house has some obscure rooms in it. From the garage to the laundry room to the library, he got a lot of rooms in general. And the most obscure one might be his roof, that is actually like a room of its own. And y'all thought we were done with SpongeBob's house. After his library and garage, I gotta say it's his roof that interests me the most, so it's only right to take a look at it for part 3 of the curious case of SpongeBob's house. SpongeBob's roof is not in a lot of episodes, like you'd think it appears at least like as much as the library, but no. The first time we see it, well, it's the first time we see SpongeBob's house, of course, in Help Wanted.
Ah, the sea. So fascinating. So wonderful. Here we see Bikini Bottom, teeming with life. Home of one of my favorite creatures, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, of course he lives in a pineapple, you silly.
Like, at this point, it's probably not considered his roof yet, since this is just how pineapples look. But if we jump forward a bit, in the season, there is the episode Jellyfish Jam, which is the first time we see him go up here, after the jellyfish in his house starts crashing out on him. So here we see a few things. Firstly, there is quite a lot of space up here. Comparing this to how it looks from the outside earlier in the episode, you wouldn't think there was this much space up here.
Gary!
SpongeBob gets up here using his hatch, that is like right here, and under it we see that there are green stairs leading up to the roof. We can't see much below, and we don't see which room he gets up here from, and as someone who has looked at this house's stairs and doorways a lot before, I can tell you there's not gonna be an easy answer to that one.
You were right. Thanks for not rubbing it in.
The leaves of SpongeBob's roof, if you can call them that, I don't know, they look like leaves to me. Anyway, they are huge, like SpongeBob can sit next to one and look like he's in a, I don't know, a cathedral or something.
Gary, don't stop shaking it.
The roof returns pretty shortly after in the second episode of season 2, Something Smells, ironically right after a very important library scene.
Just do what I do when I have problems. Scream! Come on, buddy, I'll help you. Okay now, say it. Say it.
This right here is a good view of the roof. Like we've seen SpongeBob's house from above in some earlier episode, probably. But this is kinda putting into perspective how big the roof is. Because like any other time we see the house from like any upward angle, it's just like the leaves, like the pineapple top like it looks normally. You don't see like the space, like the actual floor space up here, but here we do.
I can't.
SpongeBob, you're never gonna feel better till you get this thing off your chest.
I know, Patrick.
Like, it don't seem very accurate to how big it was in the last appearance, but in this episode it's pretty accurate when we see it from other views.
No, proud.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Good. Say it louder.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Louder.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Louder.
Sadly, we don't get a big shot of the place from this view. However, we do get a view of Squidward's roof as well, you know, sticking to the theme of roofs.
I'm ugly and I'm proud. I am ugly and I'm proud. I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Is that what he calls it?
In the season 4 episode Best Day Ever, Spongebob goes up here to get Gary.
Feeling so extra ecstatic, it's the best day ever. Hey, Gary.
We don't actually see the roof here except for the leaves. Also, Spongebob don't need to use the hatch and stairs. If he's happy, he can just walk on the outside. Although right after he walks out the door, so he probably took the stairs down anyway. He also uses the outside way of getting up here in the game Battle for Bikini Bottom, both versions I think, both like the original and the rehydrated version, where there's like an obstacle course you gotta do to get the spatula on the roof.
Feel like a new sponge.
After Best Day Ever, the roof is only seen from the outside until, or I mean, it's always seen from the outside. It is outside, but you know what I mean. You don't see the floor space until season 7 in the episode Love That Squid, where SpongeBob has a risk school up here with Squidward.
Now it is the chit-chat part of the date. Amuse her with interesting conversation.
Oh, chit-chat. Can you believe this weather we're having?
Now this place looks huge. Like, just compare it to when SpongeBob and Patrick was here in Something Smells. Or even better, compare it to 5 seconds earlier in the episode when we saw it.
Okay, now at this stop sign, turn right.
Okay.
Now at this light, make a right.
Gotcha.
Then at this street here, make a right. And then at this intersection there, make a right. And then park right near that orange building just up ahead.
Does SpongeBob's roof's leaves like widen when he opens the hatch? Cause this is not the same roof.
Squidward, would you please pass the roasted kelp?
Here you go, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, Squidward. Who's the lovely lady sitting across from you?
The roof is looking pretty similar to how it did in Jellyfish Jam, but now the leaves are more compact, really making it feel like they are in a room and not on the top of a pineapple.
How is this supposed to help me on my real date? Which, by the way, begins in 5 minutes.
Squidward, wait! We haven't covered...
Here the hatch is not back, and instead there's just a hole there. Big downgrade, but something interesting happens when SpongeBob follows him down here.
We haven't covered all the tenets of Dating 101 yet! Squidward, wait! There's a couple more tenets!
This is supposedly the stairs you take to get up to the roof, and probably the same green stairs we saw under the hatch in Jellyfish Jam.
As I was saying,
But this poses a new question, because these stairs lead somewhere else, as we see in A Pal for Gary in the same season as this episode.
who could have done this? There was no one here except for... Gary. I bet he's jealous about the new friend. Gary, you are in big trouble, mister!
Without any doubt, the same stairs, and that would mean that these stairs continue upward. We see these stairs in a couple of episodes leading to the library, and technically there could be more on the side, although this scene from Something Smells kinda suggests that they stop here.
SpongeBob, can I borrow some bath beads?
This is also the same episode where they are on the roof, so it's really confusing. Like, are there a different set of stairs that looks the same that you like continue to the side, or you know, it's kind of confusing. And unfortunately there's legit no more examples. The library was in what, like 20 episodes? SpongeBob visits his roof in 4 episodes, and one of them is arguable even. I'm surprised that unless I missed an episode, there is no modern episode that uses this location. It's probably coming though. It should also be added that SpongeBob has an attic in a modern episode, like in a pretty recent one. I think it's a season 14 episode. It's Squidward box, right? I think. And him having an attic suggests that there is like space above the library, right? And that would mean that, I don't know, I'm gonna play the scene and then, I don't know, this room is really confusing.
I have put off cleaning my attic for way too long.
This house is really confusing, and we're not really gonna have any answers until we've like taken a look at every single room in his house. And that is probably coming. Like, I think by 2030 or something, we're probably gonna have covered every room, if we like keep up this pace. So Squilliam returned again. After being gone from the show for many years, he recently made an appearance in a modern episode, and I thought we would take a look at Squilliam's appearances in the show and just how long he has been gone for. So we all know the season 2 episode Band Geeks, which was Squilliam Fancyson's first appearance.
Sounds as though you've got a dying animal to attend to, eh, old chum?
Squilliam Fancyson from band class?
In this episode, Squidward has to create his own marching band not to be embarrassed by Squilliam at the Super Bowl.
They're just gonna have to find another band to play. I just hope that Squilliam doesn't find out! Squilliam! Ah!
We are not discussing whether Squilliam himself actually is successful or a fraud. I'm not Alex Bale, shout out to him though. This episode is just fantastic, and Squilliam works great in it.
I just wanted to watch you blow it. So, where's your band?
They couldn't come, they died.
The season 3 episode Squilliam Returns has Squilliam, you know, return to embarrass Squidward once again for just being a cashier.
And I would be honored if you would allow me to come to your restaurant tonight.
And after this, Squilliam is gone for a few seasons, which is great foreshadowing. His next appearance is in the season 6 episode House Fancy.
This isn't Squilliam Fancyson, my lifelong rival who I met in high school band class, is it?
The same.
Where Squilliam is the guest of Squidward's favorite TV show, and Squidward once again goes too far to try and one-up him.
Now don't move it till I say, ow! Okay, it's on my foot, now don't...
Squilliam's house is crazy in this episode, or, I mean, probably every episode. I'm assuming it's like, this is his permanent residence.
I would like to present to you my favorite room in the house.
Squilliam makes another appearance in the season 6 episode Professor Squidward.
Thank you. Thank you.
He also watches Squidward get arrested at the end of the episode for impersonating him, and is very happy about this.
No unibrow. Squidward chewed tentacles, I'm placing you under arrest for impersonating a genius.
I Heart Dancing in season 7 shows Squilliam pretty much in the exact same context, where he once again is on stage.
because you'll be dancing in Squilliam's shows.
Well, don't just stand there.
The same goes for Keep Bikini Bottom Beautiful, where Squidward kind of does nothing wrong, but Squilliam is an ass and gets his comeuppance for it.
Statue.
This is your statue?
It was.
Next, Squilliam makes a minor appearance in the Season 7 episode Back to the Past, and that is the last time we see him for a long while.
Hello, Squilliam.
Man Ray is great.
Yeah. Must be taking care of his community service obligations.
I'll teach him to jaywalk.
But first he has 2 small cameos after this, which is still way after this episode. Like, the next one is in Code Yellow, where he appears as Squidward's nose for a quick gag.
No! 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 No!
That's in Season 10, by the way, which is many years after Back to the Past. And then we got the Season 11 episode, The Checkup, where we see a photo of him in a photo book. In a photo booth. It's not a photo book, a photo booth.
It's kinda hot in here. Should my underwear be on fire?
Then it's 4 seasons later where we first see him on the cover of a magazine in the Season 15 episode Upward.
I'm the greatest musician who ever lived. Rich people say so.
And then finally, Squilliam Fancyson makes his first physical appearance in 15 years, which was in the Season 15 episode Problem Plankton. I think that's how you pronounce it, Problem. Yeah, you heard me right. His last appearance in Back to the Past was in 2010. So, what happened? Why have we not seen Squilliam in person for 15 years? He is a popular character among fans, and while he is voiced by D. Bradley Baker, who is kind of a big shot in animation, this guy voices like so many different characters on SpongeBob. He has been voicing multiple characters on the show in the years of Squilliam's absence, so I don't think he would have any problems voicing the character. But he still hasn't for some reason. Like, they have shown Squilliam, both in photos and stuff, like, yeah, references, and now also in person, but he has not had a single line of dialogue since 2010. And this is because, I don't know, maybe the writers just don't like him or something. If they just don't feel like they have any story potential with the character, then they just don't write stories with him in them, I suppose. And then the artists, who might like him slightly more, they throw in a couple of references here and there. And that would make sense, except it kinda doesn't. Like, yes, I'm not saying them thinking the character not having story potential is like unreasonable, but let me introduce you to a couple different characters.
Without snacks, I'm going to get hungry.
Nosferatu and Bubble Bass both have more appearances in the show than Squilliam Fancyson, and Bubble Bass has more appearances last season than Squilliam has in the entire show. You can't tell me that these two just are ripe with storytelling potential, and then yet the snobby upper-class douche can't get a single line in 15 years. Wait, snobby upper-class douche.
Oh, I am offended!
Yeah, so they kinda made a new character, just like that, with Lady Upturn, who, by the way, has more appearances in Season 13 than Squilliam does in the entire show.
Excuse me? What do you think you're doing?
And what a downgrade. Like, Squilliam was such a great foil to Squidward, and in his 2 appearances during the actual good era of the show, he made for a great antagonist in 2 great episodes. Now we have this.
Step aside and let my precious Fifi pass, or I will be offended.
But I would honestly not be surprised if he isn't really brought back for real, since they already have a filthy rich character they can do all that filthy rich upper class stuff with. Clearly the writers prefer Lady Upturn, for some reason, and you can't really have two characters doing the exact same bits. I mean, unless you're season 14 and every character's bit is just being lobotomized, but you know what I mean. And Squilliam just like appeared again in the background of a leaked episode, so he's just not allowed to talk, I guess. I don't even know if I can put it on screen. I don't really deal with leaks like that. Like, you put leaks in your videos, you're kinda just cooked, so I don't know. But he appeared again in season 15 and he still isn't talking. So we did a video on the Bikini Bottom jail, so it's only fitting to follow it up with a video on the Bikini Bottom police station, before I get any more comments telling me about missing episodes that clearly show a different building. The Bikini Bottom police station actually takes until season 2 to make its first appearance in the episode Life of Crime. We see from the outside that the building is not super large, but still pretty big for being a building in Spongebob. Like, the bigger on the inside rule was basically made for this show.
What can I do for you boys?
We stole a balloon! We stole a balloon!
What's the problem here?
In the lobby we got a wanted poster next to a mysterious door that's not the one the two entered through, as we can see that one behind them.
What are you gonna do to us?
Okay, follow me. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Okay, time's up.
I can't tell if it says 18 or 1B, which is like very important for lore purposes, but it looks more like 1B, and that makes sense since even with the bigger on the inside rule, I think 18 cells would be kinda crazy in here, like, unless they're underground.
We stole a balloon!
Yeah, on Free Balloon Day.
How about some lollipops for the road, boys?
However, there looks to be two floors here, with the big windows on the upper half, but there's not much of a point to theorize about that, since in the building's next appearance in SpongeBob Meets the Strangler, it's not the same building.
Bodyguard! Bodyguard!
Look, kid! I'm not your bodyguard!
Like, this is clearly a new design and probably in a new location as well, since the road in front of the building is different. Like in the old design it's a horizontal road, and in SpongeBob Meets the Strangler it's a road straight forward. The background also looks different with more corals in the newer one. So I'm gonna view these two as different buildings that are in different locations, and that means the old one probably still exists, and well, we're still gonna take a look at the new one because they're both police stations.
I'm the Strangler! See?
The Strangler!
Good work, SpongeBob.
Here the cell isn't numbered, but the interior looks very similar. It has the same roof and lanterns. Walls look to be the same material as well, but these ones are a lot cleaner, which makes sense since it looks more fresher in general.
At least I'm safe from that yellow idiot.
Hey, Mac. What are you in for?
Jumping forward, we got the season 8 episode Fiasco, where Plankton gets put behind bars at the police station.
Thanks for clearing this whole mess up, Mr. Krabs.
Of course, officer.
Not much new to see here, but it's interesting how here Plankton is put in a regular sized cell that he literally can get out of, like the spaces between the bars just by walking through. At least the jail had like the mini cell solution. The police station don't have the same like Plankton resources, I guess. Also, Squidward's in here too.
Hey, don't I get a phone call?
The station is not in nearly as many episodes as the jail, but it got a big episode all focused on it in season 11 with Call the Cops.
Turn to your left.
What is this?
Consistent exterior, and we get a new room with the photo room where they take their literal mugshots.
Low life.
This cell is actually ridiculous. At least with the last one you could make an argument for perspective or something. Here you can fit 3 planktons between the bars.
One too many goofy goobers again, eh?
We get a better view of the mugshot room, showing the computer, which I'm guessing is used for like documenting the inmates.
Get in there and sleep it off.
As Patrick goes into Plankton's cell, we see the bunk bed we saw from between bars earlier, and also a toilet and a small window.
Still classified.
Well, if it isn't little Helen the felon.
The lobby of the police station is looking pretty similar to how it looked like in the old building back in season 2.
Good work, boys. You nabbed the most notorious criminal in Bikini Bottom.
They both got this podium-like thing, and both of them got the Bikini Bottom Police Department logo on here, although in different colors. They got a Tattletale Strangler wanted poster in here, and we also saw wanted posters in this room in Life of Crime, although the Strangler hadn't appeared in the show yet at that point. Of course there's a framed donut as well.
Alright, take her to the interrogation room.
The next room we get to see is the interrogation room. There's not much to talk about with the room that the suspect sits in, it's just kind of a room.
It ain't tough.
Questions and act tough, got it.
But on the other side of the glass, there's some interesting stuff. Yet again, donut worship, but behind Krabs there's another wanted poster. This one for Dennis, which is pretty cool. As Krabs goes through this hallway, we see some different rooms, a broom room, this donut room that he opens, and then the evidence room.
You promised me ice cream!
Look.
This room is pretty big, and there's some stuff in here, like a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy comic, and Old Man Walker. To my knowledge, the police station hasn't appeared after this episode, although you can go inside the original version of it in the video game Battle for Bikini Bottom. In both the original and rehydrated remake, there is a robot viewer in here where you can browse through the list of Bikini Bottom's most wanted, which is the different robots you fight in the game. This is why I'm mostly looking at the actual episodes for these videos, since the video games are often very inconsistent and like even more tailored to the episode's plots than the show. The police station looks cool here though. It does appear in some other games as well, like the Patrick Star game from last year, I think, although I don't think you can go inside it. So we're back with this SpongeBob house lore series. We've looked at his garage, library and roof, and today we're gonna be trying to find his workout room. SpongeBob's workout room is very iconic. Mainly because of its first appearance, which is in the first episode, Help Wanted.
Look at me! I'm naked! Gotta be in top physical condition for today, Gary.
So here is our first look at the workout room, and it's pretty simple. He got the iconic plushie weights on the bar, a mirror, the I Love Pain poster, the rings, a ball, I think, and then this muscle guy image and a locker on the side that we saw an angle of earlier. We did not see how he got in here though, just him running through this background after leaving his bedroom flying. This is also not his closet that he gets his pants from, it's just a like pair of pants that are on standby. What we do see is him entering from our left, meaning something probably. I'm just kidding, it literally means nothing. The geometry of this house is really fucked up. But at least we know there's a door or opening or something here. And when we see him leave, there is no clue either, since it's just a cut to him walking outside. All we really know from this is that this room is probably on the upper floor. And I'm saying upper instead of second, since SpongeBob's house has more than 2 floors, kind of, with a library in between the upper and lower one. But he did get here by just running from where he landed, and he keeps talking to Gary, who's in his bedroom, so for now I will assume it's up there. We'll have to keep looking, and the next time we see SpongeBob work out with the plush bar, it's like just out in the open in the living room in Muscle Bob buff pants. So yeah, this don't help, but the workout room does return in the season 3 episode The Great Snail Race.
Down, 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 down. Faster, faster, faster. Go, go, go. Come on, push it, Gary.
Well, this don't really help either, since we're given even less context on how they ended up in here. There's some new stuff though, this slug body and a new poster behind, next to the I Love Pain. Moving on to season 4, there's the episode Bummer Vacation. They really don't want to show him walk in or out of here. Here we got a similar view of the room as we saw in the first few frames of Help Wanted, but now we can see that there's a weight counting machine in the back. Then SpongeBob's gym appears in the episode No Nose Knows.
Let's spell again.
1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, SquarePants, be a man!
Could Patrick, noticing the smell from Squidward's house, mean the gym is on the side of SpongeBob's house that's closest to it? Probably not. He smells something all the way from the Krusty Krab right after this, so it don't mean much here.
You?
Patrick, help!
Oh.
Can't work it.
Something greasy.
We see even less of the workout room here. There is no way of locating it based on this. But like literally every other room in this series so far, a pal for Gary gives us some insights.
I bet he's jealous about the new friend. Gary, you are in big trouble, mister! Gary!
So here we see that SpongeBob walks down the stairs from the upper floor to get to the workout room, and then this happens.
Right now.
So now we know the workout room is not on the upper floor and instead on the bottom one. Bottom. Not only is it located on the bottom floor, it is located right where his living room is supposed to be.
Am I near the bathroom?
Like in multiple episodes, this door leads to the living room, but it has also led to his kitchen before. So that's an answer, I guess. Not very satisfactory to have the answer be that the workout room is at the same place as the kitchen and living room. But there are a couple of more appearances of the workout room left in the show, so let's see if there's any contradictions or a more satisfying answer, cause there's a very important episode for the workout room that's coming up. In the season 8 episode, The Way of the Sponge, SpongeBob works out, but not in the workout room. So he's out in the living room again for some reason. You can tell it's the living room and not the workout room, by the way, because of the wall colors. Also we see that when SpongeBob wakes up after working out.
Early the next morning.
So yeah, not the gym, but we see the gym in the season 9 episode Sharks vs Pods, and it's looking a bit different. So now it's orange instead of red, but that's about it. We don't see him enter or exit from any specific space, since this is a montage scene. One of the most recent episodes will tell us a lot, since it almost entirely takes place in the workout room.
And 5, and 4, and 3, and 2.
The season 15 episode Pinned sees the return of the gym after like a 10-year hiatus, and it also has the return of the first muscle guy poster from Help Wanted, which is nice. Everything is looking familiar. I think the racket is new though. But a bit later we get a new view of the room that adds a lot of stuff.
Okay, SpongeBob.
New posters on the wall, a board thing, and the whole pelican in the corner. But what's important is the door that's right there. This is the first time we see the door from the inside. Or SpongeBob knocked down the door in the Palfragary, so I guess that counts. Gary opens the door and we see the bluish wall in the back, which is a bit interesting. Cause the wall next to the door on the other side is grey. But the wall that we should be seeing would be orange, like we saw in the Palfragary. This could imply that this room is in fact not where the living room and the kitchen is, since the wall outside don't match and the inconsistencies don't stop there. So SpongeBob just opened the window on the upper floor from a room that's supposed to be on the bottom floor. He also opened a window that's supposed to be in the bedroom, but yeah. That's two things contradicting it being on the bottom floor right there.
Oh yeah, the phone!
SpongeBob has a phone in here as well now, and a while after this we get a further clue to where this room is actually located. Well, that's not really a clue, it's more like proof. There's even a layer between for the guy who lives in SpongeBob's walls. Let me know if you want a video on that thing, cause that's a whole thing. And if you needed any more proof of the workout room being on the upper floor, take a look at this. So here they clearly walked up the stairs and end up outside of the workout room, where the wall is now orange at the door. Using our geography skills, this would mean that the door is on the same side of the house as the door to the bedroom and the library. Depending on the episode, of course. This is all getting really confusing. I don't think this actually solves anything with the workout room, cause it might just have moved from the kitchen / living room to having taken the place of the library. Like there's not enough doors. But my canon here would be that you get to this door by walking past the door to his bedroom. And if you watched my video on the roof, you would know that this would put it between the stairs to the roof and the door to the bedroom and the library. That's about as good as I can do. So y'all voted and y'all wanted me to take a deep dive into Gary's shell, so that's what we're gonna be doing today. So Gary's shell is in a lot of episodes, starting with Help Wanted of course.
Today's the big day, Gary. Look at me.
But we are more interested in what's on the inside of Gary's shell, and we get our first look at that in the season 4 episode Karate Island.
Just look at that shine. Now let's check under the hood.
We see that Spongebob fits inside of Gary's shell, as Spongebob goes inside the shell to clean its inside.
Jeez, Gary, this place is a real snail's thigh. Still? From New Year's Eve?
The shell follows the bigger on the inside rule for sure, as here there is a lot of space with even lights and a painting on the wall.
My favorite novelty t-shirt. Ooh, someone's here.
Other times, like in Porous Pockets in season 6, Gary's shell seems a lot smaller. Gary has a record player under his shell, as we see in both Your Shoes Untied and Earworm. In the season 8 episode Frozen Face Off, we see Gary going into his own shell. This looks really cozy and a lot smaller than we saw in Karate Island. Gary got some other pictures on the wall here as well, with some other snails, like portraits of other snails. In the season 9 episode Pineapple Invasion, Plankton breaks into Spongebob's house and then into Gary's shell.
What a fool I've been! SpongeBob's hidden the secret formula inside Gary's shell!
So Plankton is way smaller than SpongeBob, right? So the scale is different from what we saw in Karate Island.
I bet it reeks. Good thing I don't have a nose. Ay, ay, ay!
Gary chases Plankton with his eye through here, which does not make a lot of sense with the perspective we saw in both other appearances of the inside of the shell. Like, judging by how big his eye is here, Gary shouldn't even fit in here by himself. But the inside of Gary's shell is still probably bigger in this episode, because we get to see a lot of different rooms as Plankton runs through here. Like, this is crazy. We did not see all this in Karate Island, but there is an explanation for this as we see at the end of the episode.
Let me bask in its glory!
Well, that's odd. Who's that?
So, should we just discount this episode entirely then?
The gases inside this shell are making the little guy hallucinate.
If Plankton was hallucinating, then none of that was probably real, although the beginning probably was. Like, I would say he started hallucinating once the rooms inside started getting weird. So, unfortunately, as cool as these stairs were, I think they just ain't real. Or I mean, none of it is real, it's a cartoon, but you get what I mean. But I actually don't think, like, we know where to make the cutoff. Gary's eye is not an indicator of when he starts hallucinating, since we see Gary notice Plankton going inside his shell, so it's, you know, naturally he would follow him inside, even though he could just go inside himself, like we've seen in other episodes. Like when Plankton first went inside, that room is obviously real, like it's really similar to what we saw when SpongeBob was in here. And then I would say the spiral and pink stairs are probably real as well. And then I guess he starts hallucinating as soon as the stairs change color, as it's right after it goes off the deep end and becomes very surreal. Something I just realized is that once the stairs change colors, we also see the fumes that are later coming out of Gary's shell. We like see them like inside. So it makes a lot of sense that if these are the fumes that made Plankton hallucinate, it's right here he starts hallucinating. So I think my theory is correct. Also, I don't think this view of the shell we get at the end really disprove anything. Like, looking at it, you would think that it's actually not bigger on the inside, but it looks like you can go deeper into it in the back. And also, of course, it's gonna look smaller when they open it. Like we've seen Gary's shell break multiple times, and it's obvious that you can't actually fit in there, but yeah, that's the whole point with the bigger on the inside rule. And to my knowledge, that's actually it for Gary's shell. Like, yeah, Gary's in a bunch of episodes, so his shell is in a lot of episodes too. But if the plot has anything to do with his shell, it's mostly just like breaking it and stuff. These few episodes are really the only time we get a look at the inside. So I don't really have much more to say. This might be a short video, but I mean, yeah, what can I do? Yeah, I have no idea how to end videos, bro. SpongeBob's house is full of rooms, with some of them being obscure and very inconsistent, but I think nothing beats SpongeBob's walls, where on the inside there is a crazy man who's living there. So for much of the show we didn't know anything about the inside of SpongeBob's walls, but there's this season 13 episode called Valhalla, and it's kinda crazy with how much lore it delivers.
Gary?
So after SpongeBob has home invaded Squidward, you know, business as usual, and watched him shower, also business as usual, he goes inside this portrait of his family house to look for Gary. This makes SpongeBob end up inside his own walls, with pink walls and a lot of space to walk around in.
Oh no! I locked myself in!
And SpongeBob is not alone in his walls right now. He thinks he sees Gary, but it's not Gary.
Thank you, kind stranger!
I gotta add that this is not a very good episode. Matter of fact, the only good thing about it is how much lore it brings.
My name be SpongeBob SquarePants, for I'm a sponge who wears square pants.
This is Wally, and he has a pretty interesting backstory about how he got stuck in here, and he tells that to SpongeBob.
Kill!
So basically, Wally was a construction worker who was working in SpongeBob's house right before SpongeBob moved in, and Wally got wallpapered into the wall.
What? I can't believe you've been living in the walls all this time!
SpongeBob eats snail food, cause I don't know, it's not important. The important thing is this place. So this place is called Valhalla, and it is actually huge, following the rule of everything in SpongeBob's house being bigger on the inside.
Welcome to me mold garden!
He gives SpongeBob a tour of the place, and we see in here that he got a mold garden with asparagus, and sea urchins.
You're also growing raisins in your garden.
No, those are urchin droppings!
Yeah. They keep going around the place until they find the backside of the fridge, which Wally calls his magic fridge. Wait, if this is Wally's fridge, and SpongeBob gets the same stuff that Wally has in his fridge, doesn't that mean that this fridge is also... No, it can't be. Of course, Wally uses SpongeBob's toothbrush as a nose brush, cause, I don't know, lore reasons. I promise this is all very important.
Valhalla does have one problem. A noisy neighbor.
Wally starts roasting his neighbor, saying he has an ear piercing? He has an ear piercing? No. He has an ear piercing laugh that's so annoying that it made Wally go crazy.
That's the most horrible.
I gotta remember that I'm not critiquing the episode and that this is in fact a lore video. We usually don't start this far into the show, like usually it's a room that appeared in like Help Wanted or something, and then we move forward until a random, like season 15 episode brings it back, but now we're starting in season 13, so I gotta get used to it.
But I'm sure glad to be safe in here with you, Wally.
They have a friendship feast, which is going very well, and they're feeding each other and stuff, and they're all cucked up.
Wally, that was the friendliest feast.
Things start going west when Spongebob mentions Gary, and Wally says that Gary is actually his pet snail, and he's named Gary.
That haunting laugh.
Wally starts freaking out after figuring out that the person he's having a feast with is actually his horrible neighbor.
Of me, man!
He chases them through Valhalla, and we see more of the same stuff until Patrick walks in and we see more of how the wall stuff looks from the outside. That's about it. They jump out and then Wally starts living in the walls so they Krusty Krab instead of a compromise or something.
Got any mustard?
However, this is not the last time we see Wally or Valhalla. Jumping forward to Stuck in an Elevator, 2 seasons later, we see this.
Hello, oh, thank Neptune.
Oh, thank Neptune.
Wally is now inside an elevator and really annoying, repeating everything that Squidward says.
Oh, you're no help at all. You're no help at all.
Jumping forward a bit in the episode, we see Wally digging himself out and saying he's been trapped. After like being trapped in here for 22 years, he's finally gotten out of the elevator.
What? Another elevator?
I mean, that don't make much sense, but he's crazy, so I guess it makes sense. Speaking of crazy, don't he look very much like Sandy's disguise from To Save a Squirrel back in season 5? Matter of fact, this whole scene looks like that episode with Spongebob and Patrick.
Oh, wise King Squidward, this weary traveler wishes to stay with us.
Anyway, whatever. We are more interested in Valhalla than just this weirdo. And Valhalla actually makes another very quick appearance in this season, just a couple episodes later in Pinned. Yeah, it's really quick, but that means that Wally is still living in SpongeBob's walls. It would be really creepy if it wasn't like modern SpongeBob and played like it is, but it's an interesting lore development for his house though, I guess. So a while back a new SpongeBob episode aired called Sheldon SquarePants, and this episode had a twist of SpongeBob's tie being a clip-on.
It's a clip-on!
Kinda like the episode where Patrick's rock turned out to be a turtle, like turtle shell. People had their opinions on this, and today I thought that we would take a look at SpongeBob's tie, and if it has really been a clip-on all along. So to start off, let's look at the scene from Sheldon SquarePants.
I never learned how to tie a tie!
Apparently SpongeBob's tie is not only a clip-on, but it is because he supposedly never learned how to tie his tie. This would track with the season 2 episode Your Shoes Untied, which shows he can't tie his shoes either.
Are you sure you know how to do it?
Patrick, please, shoe tying requires peace and quiet.
But we gotta also look at older episodes that feature SpongeBob's tie, and we can stay in season 2 for this by checking out Squid on Strike.
and under, grab the end, put it through here, up and around, round the horn, bring it back home.
Well, he don't seem to have any problems tying his tie here, which is clearly not a clip-on. So that already goes against pretty much everything in the Sheldon SquarePants clip, but we gotta look at some more episodes, like Season 4's Squidbob Tentacle Pants.
Time for another glorious day at work.
So it's not quite that easy. Spongebob had a real tie, which he could tie in Season 2, a clip-on tie in Season 4, and then he has a clip-on and can't tie a normal tie in Season 14. It's like he's evolving backwards. Well, that's a recurring theme with the show, but staying on topic here, there's more.
Whoops, pants are a little twisted around.
This is the Season 15 episode Bad Luck Bob, which is one season after Sheldon SquarePants and aired just a few months after. So here he can clearly tie his tie again, and it is not a clip-on. But there's more in this episode.
Almost forgot my lucky tie clip.
So this episode introduces SpongeBob's lucky tie clip, which has never been shown before this episode, including Sheldon SquarePants. The tie clip's whole thing is bringing luck to SpongeBob, and the episode has him lose it and therefore lose his luck. Man, it's good that he never lost it before. I can't imagine the show without SpongeBob's lucky tie clip.
I lost my lucky tie clip, and now everything is going wrong.
Anyway, he get the tie clip back at the end of the episode, thankfully. And this tie clip, unlike the clip-on tie, has already come back after this episode, in Firehouse Bob in the same season as Bad Luck Bob.
Proxy, I'm Boxy.
I'm Foxy.
Now the tie clip is not visible for almost the whole episode, but just for a quick detailed shot you can see it. So now we have clip-on, normal tie and lucky tie clip all in the equation. So how can these coexist with them seemingly contradicting each other? If SpongeBob has a clip-on tie, cause he can't tie a normal tie, why has he been shown multiple times tying a real tie? And if SpongeBob has really bad luck without his lucky tie clip, why has he been shown so many times without the tie clip and not having bad luck? Well, disregarding the obvious boring answer of it's just an episodic cartoon, stop thinking, I think we can find an explanation for at least one of these contradictions. There are a couple of ways you could explain the clip-on / real tie thing. Firstly, by just saying that any episode where SpongeBob has a real tie is taking place after Sheldon SquarePants, and he learned how to tie a real tie between. Maybe in connection to him learning how to tie his shoes in Your Shoes Untied.
Loop-de-loop, you gotta take a lace in each hand. You go over and under again. You make a loop-de-loop and pull, and your shoes are looking cool.
SpongeBob also has a lot of pairs of pants, as we see in multiple episodes. He has a whole closet full of them, and the tie has been seen attached to the pants on multiple occasions, even like being folded with the pants. I first thought that you could say just some pants have a real tie attached and some don't, so he places a clip on that SpongeBob uses, but then I remembered first doesn't really make much sense. And then also SpongeBob outright says he can't tie a tie in Sheldon SquarePants. So I guess timeline stuff is actually the only way to explain how a modern episode can contradict older episodes this heavily. Like the scene from Squidbob Tentacle Pants with the clip-on can still work, cause you can have both a real tie and a clip-on. He doesn't say anything about it in the scene, he just puts it on. But you can't both tie a tie and not tie a tie at the same time. Like you can't You can't know how to do something and then also not know how to do the same thing. Doesn't make any sense, so yeah.